Bum, 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 bum.
Do it.
Hello, humans! I don't know who's out there, but wherever you are, whoever you are, hello.
Oh, we should send Stephanie a link. I'm gonna send Stephanie a
Oh,
link.
is Steph out there?
Yeah,
Yes.
Stephanie's in the chat.
And
Hello, Stephanie.
Sandy! Now I'm waiting. No one has said hello. I'll start. Good evening, lurkers. This is what we're doing tonight. I started my regular thing, and then, Ben came on and was like, my test is done. And we decided, you know what? We're going to make it an open mic. We can talk about what the fuck ever, and we're going to drink. And we're going to celebrate that this fucker is finally done with this fucking huge milestone. So,
I know this fucking test. Hopefully I passed.
I'm
I
sorry,
have no clue. I have to wait a
Cadence.
whole month.
I didn't mean to assume you're human. I apologize. All you humans, freaks, potheads, and lovely people, welcome to the chat. And yes,
We're
Ollie, I
hanging
saw
out.
you. That's why I said potheads. Yeah, we're just chilling. Gonna hang out.
I'm gonna do the shot to celebrate being done.
Oh yeah.
And then I'm gonna do a really intense drink in a minute when I make it. But let's do it.
Are you ready?
Let's do the shot. Yeah, let's do it.
I got mine up too.
Purple.
Oh,
Hi, perps.
perp the derp.
Perp to dirt.
Derp. No, perp is not a derp. I don't know. What is
but it
derp?
rhymes so well.
No, it's perp and the
Isn't derp
derps.
like
We're the
stupid?
derps, and then perp is not the. It's perp. It's like a band. Perp and the derps.
Right.
Okay, I can do that.
Yeah. Thanks, Stephanie. I sent you a link on Twitter, by the way, if you want to jump in.
And Sandy said, "Woo! Way to go!"
Yeah,
Hi,
I don't know
Stephanie.
how
Hi,
I
Stephanie.
did. So
My mic sounds weird. Really?
not really, no.
Is it my fan in the background, Ollie? I can turn it down some. I was hot. I had to turn it up.
So before anyone asks me how
Yes.
I did on the test, I have to wait a whole month before I find out the score because it's based on a percentile. So they have to do all the stats for like everyone who took the test this month. And then, so at least I'm getting compared to other
This
people.
is why the man needs to drink.
Yeah, so I got the anxiety there, but at least that means I'm being compared to my peers. So as long as we all sucked, it's okay because we all sucked. And that's kind of the point. Like we all suck at that test. No one does well.
I would have to stay drunk the entire month because I would have no appropriate way to deal with that anxiety.
Oh, it's garbage. I'm just gonna pretend like it doesn't exist. Where'd Beck go?
Is that better, Ollie? Ollie was right. My mic was unplugged and it was coming through my headphones. So that should sound 500% better.
Oh, there you go.
That's
probably what it was.
The whole stream over on Atheist Edge, talking to Granny and Otangelo and Penny and Michael from The Bible Says What. We actually had a really great talk. We sat backstage for a little bit, me and Otangelo did, and we talked. Michael was there and he had to go. Hi, Rosie. I haven't seen you in fucking forever. How have you been? Can't even remember.
Val?
Literally cannot remember the last time I saw you.
Yeah, Rosie is also Val, in case people are confused.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
They're the same.
I should have cleared that up, but I didn't think about it. God, I don't know. I haven't been on one of her things in like 2 or 3 months. Vibing hard. All right. And NA, thank you so much for subscribing to me today. I did see that and I appreciate you. Well, Ollie, why were you in the emergency room and are you okay? Some little Velociraptor lady. Now Perp's gonna like you a lot more.
What did you get stuck in where?
No, velociraptors are scary. You got to remember, I'm supposed to be a herbivore.
Hi, Sandy. Love you.
I still love that.
I'm a herbivore. I smoke that shit every day.
Hey, Sandy. Did you feel the earthquake?
There was an earthquake?
Yeah, there was a minor earthquake in South Carolina.
No shit.
So there's a TikTok like a while back that I don't know if Purple, if you've seen it, or if Val has seen it. The one where it's like it's got a non-binary person with a dinosaur hoodie that's like, I can't be dysphoric, I got dinosaurs. Or something.
Okay.
Like, dinosaurs are the antidote for dysphoria, just so you all know.
Really? Oh my god. Someone sent me some dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs.
A lot of them.
It's not working.
It's not working. Oh, you have dinosaurs.
I don't know. Maybe I've got the wrong sort of dinosaurs in this room, but
I got a whole folder of dinosaurs. They're trans dinosaurs,
Sandy,
so I'll send them to you.
Sandy said to you, Jenny, she said, earthquake, ? Hun, I lived for 18 years in Cali, and I didn't feel most of the ones out there, LOL. I did feel the one in 89, however.
Oh, okay, well,
I was in West Virginia in 89, and my mother had just died, so that was a bad year for me. I don't remember any earthquakes or anything from 2 or 3 years after that.
Speaking of the dinosaurs, did you guys... Oh, we've got to stop clicking things at the same time.
I'm not doing it.
Let's click the button at the same time. But on the topic of the dinosaurs, do you all remember I don't know, Purple saw this on Twitter, but I know I saw it. Stephanie probably saw it. Jenny might have seen it. The one like a while back where a trans guy had like dinosaurs in his dinosaur emotes as part of his name, and then a GCer or TERF was like remove the dinosaur, and so then everyone started all the trans people started for some reason, like, you're not allowed to have dinosaurs in your name.
So all the trans people started putting dinosaurs in their names?
All the trans people started putting dinosaurs in their names.
I saw that. That's
I
why
fucking love it. I love it when people are smart asses like that. I fucking love it.
It's like, what does a dinosaur have to do with my gender? Like,
it's like
it's a dinosaur.
The other day, there's this abortion clinic. It's actually like a Planned Parenthood place, but because they do perform abortions sometimes, there's people that always stand out there, and they're always old white people. I saw one Hispanic guy out there, and I was like, what are you doing hanging out with these old white people? Because they're all old white people, like 75, 85, 90, like standing out there with signs, oh, it's life. And I'm like, hey, a condom will fix that. Of course, they're against that shit too, most of them, because they're Catholics around here. Heather's son went up to those same people and said, you're against abortion? They were like, yeah. And he's like, well, are you against protective sex? And they were like, yes. And you shouldn't, blah, blah. And he was like, what the fuck? That doesn't even make sense. And he threw a pack, he opened a pack, he bought a pack of condoms, took the condoms out, left them strung together, and threw it at him and said, here, hand those out. Maybe that'll help. And he took off. And I was like, fuck, Heather, I love your son right now. That's great. He like drove by them and said, fuck this shit. Stopped at the gas station, bought a pack of condoms, drove back around past them.
Were they the smallest ones?
I don't know. He just bought like regular Trojans, I think. I don't know. The smallest ones, right.
You should have made the condoms into water balloons and throw them at the anti-abortion protesters to show them the risk of a broken condom.
People have done that. I'm pretty
that
sure
has been
done that.
Yes,
see,
that's been
Steph
done.
knows. I'm telling you, there's nothing you. Literally, people have been so brilliant in the past with how they fight shit that it's hard to come up with something new. It literally is. Like, ooh, I want to do. Oh, it's already been done. Like, it's everything.
The bitch of it is that we have to do it all over again. This is the thing that's really disturbing to me. It's like, God damn it.
Get tiring,
really?
After a while. Like, after a while, and you're like, God, again. Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah.
The whole basis of it, we're all talking about this abortion amendment and, getting this repealed and blah, 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 blah. Does anybody know what really stimulates this? I do. I'm wondering if anybody else knows where this really, really comes from. The very base.
What comes from? I'm confused.
The whole anti-abortion thing from the very beginning, from the bottom up.
Oh, I don't know. I assumed religion because religion fucks everything up.
It came from from religion, from religious beliefs. Of who? Well, that would be the middle-aged and old women of the evangelical movement, and their basic religious philosophy that any sex other than to procreate is absolutely verboten. And if you do have sex, you should get pregnant as a punishment for having had sex.
Yep.
And if you get pregnant for having had sex when a child is born, you should be punished further by having to give that child up.
Unless, of course, the giving the child up part is actually.
Let me finish.
Yeah, go ahead.
Unless you reform and become an evangelical nutcase, then you can keep the kid. Go ahead.
The giving child up part is actually in Alito's draft opinion, which is horrifying. It's just the whole notion that the supply of infants, as I believe Sam, God bless him, put it. It's like, what, the supply of infants?
I couldn't believe anyone actually put that in writing.
He did, though. It's in a footnote, really, but it's there. It's in the opinion. There. It sure probably won't be. I imagine that the ultimate opinion, I think that what pissed Roberts off was that shit, they leaked this thing, and we've already marked this thing up and said, no, Sam, you can't put that shit in there. But I mean, the horrifying thing is that this is literally what this man believes. The man's a sitting justice on the United States Supreme Court, and he's citing a guy who presided over 2 witchcraft trials, and believed that, literally believed that women were subservient to men on account of the fact, was all in favor, like marital rape just simply wasn't a thing because a woman is part of Adam's rib. All right. So therefore, women are basically the helpmeet and property, and you can't rape yourself. I mean, it's that.
Real quick, Steph. You're like really staticky. You were fine at first.
Okay.
And then halfway through what you were saying, you went staticky. So it sounds like maybe your microphone's not connected right.
Yeah,
or
you're
something.
kind of roboting.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see what I can do about that.
How they define it and create the model for what they're spouting is that they say that Eve came from Adam's rib, and so therefore Adam did not give up that rib. He still owns it, and it happens to be Eve. So therefore, all men are owned by all women. And Alito goes right along with that.
You mean all women are owned by a man?
Yeah.
That we're subservient, that we're owned by men.
Yeah.
Regardless of our marital status.
You said it flipped for some reason. I've never heard you make a mistake before.
Well, and that's...
But yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
The women who argue for biblical marriage don't understand what biblical marriage was. In the Bible, it was strictly a livestock trade. It was the church making a document that this woman is no longer property of her father. She now belongs to her husband.
Yeah, well, that's kind of sorry. Anyway, I don't want to derail Ben's fine evening here. I mean, golly gee. Has he gone down to the 7-Eleven to pick up a 6-pack of beer or something? What's going on here?
No, he's smart. He buys the beer on the way home.
Okay.
I don't know. He might be taking a piss or shit, but he's still listening.
All right, that's fine. That's good.
He's cooking up a cup of noodles.
Oh, that's
so.
Right.
Anyways, that's what this is all based on. This has nothing to do with abortion. It has 100% to do with the evangelical women's with a stick.
I'm making more drinks. I'll be right back.
And demanding that everybody live by their definition of life and religion. That's all it is.
No, and I have a little bit of a different take if we really want to stay on the subject, and that is that it's really not about abortion. It's not about any of this bullshit. It's not about, I think that the right wing has a fairly consistent through line. Yes, they're misogynist pricks, patriarchal misogynist pricks, but they're also racist pricks. And abortion was never a focus of the conservative movement until you couldn't say the N-word anymore. Once, abortion wasn't a big deal in right-wing circles in the 60s and early 70s. It just wasn't a big deal. But it became one somewhere in the 70s, right? And so it's like we don't have this fulcrum upon which to build an electoral base any longer. Let's look for another one. And they landed on abortion.
Well, it sprouted as soon as Roe v. Wade was decided. That there have been talk about that, but the Republicans knew that they needed to have an additional voting force in their tent because they weren't going to win elections because their numbers are decreasing, and they have been for 30 years.
Yep.
So they went after these evangelicals because they saw them as a dependable voting base that would always support them, and they were right. But now they own you.
Yeah, they own you, and what's happening here, it's really notable. If you read Alito's opinion, he stops the Constitution at the 8th Amendment, right? And the 9th Amendment reads, and I'm quoting from memory, it's just because, I'm paraphrasing, just because we didn't enumerate a right in anything we've written so far, anything we left out are rights that are left to the people. And this is what's really kind of freaky about Alito's opinion, because he went as far back as the fucking 17th century, quoting the Chief Justice Matthew Hale in the English court, who's this dude who presided over the 2 witch trials and thought it was okay to go by the rule of thumb, which is to say you can beat your wife. Oh, nice. It's green.
This is called liquid marijuana. It's very boozy. It's incredibly boozy. Yeah.
That's awesome.
There's like three or something shots. It's okay. So let me read off the recipe. Although I modified it a little bit for what I had available, because I didn't buy anything. I just went home. So it's rum, blue curacao, Midori. I didn't have coconut rum, so I used the pineapple rum, but then used coconut mix that you'd use in a pina colada to make it coconut. And then I didn't have sweet and sour mix, so I used margarita mix. Midori. Oh yeah, and pineapple juice.
Nice.
So it's boozy and it's green. So here we go.
Well, there you
also go. Good for St. Patrick's Day.
Oh yeah,
I would think so.
Oh, it's tasty too. It's very tasty.
Mage said, okay, Rosie Raid said, or Val said, we can't discount Pope John Paul II's writing on abortion as well, and how that started to equate all birth control with abortion. And Mage said, I've been thinking we need to hammer on the abortion is murder argument. Every conservative I've spoken to on this has called it that. Yeah.
Yes,
Pope John
Paul. Oh, definitely.
And it's Paul VI. Is it Paul VI? Yeah, it's Paul VI who wrote the encyclical that still governs in the Catholic Church,
Humanae Vitae, which was against birth control.
Now,
And abortion.
JB too.
They're coming for birth control too.
When after birth control, because once again they saw birth control as a gateway to allow women to have sex whenever they want and to control their own lives, and that was a verboten. What's interesting about this, and a side point, it's probably got something to do with the mechanism of what's going on, is that the 4 justices that we're all concerned about, they're all Catholic,
Well, Roberts, let's see. Roberts is a Catholic.
Amy.
Barrett is a Catholic.
Kavanaugh
is a Catholic. I think Thomas is a Catholic.
I'm not sure. I thought it was the other Trump guy.
Yeah, Alito is fucking beat yourself on the back kind of Catholic.
Now, what's interesting? For me, what makes this all interesting is back in the days when the evangelicals were just getting going in the Republican Party, one of their absolute sworn enemies was the entire Catholic Church.
Oh, they're still the Roman Catholic Church is still one of their sworn enemies.
So basically, the Catholic Church has laid down to the evangelicals right now.
Anyway, I don't, why are we talking about the fucking Supreme? Well, we are talking about the Supreme Court because it's really important, I guess. But I really
my favorite thing
class to student Dr. Ben.
And all my anxiety today. Yay, it's black now. Look at that. It's beautiful. Look at that. 666.
Yeah, baby. Good job, buddy.
Why did it turn from green to black?
My green screen?
Yeah. Because he's got a green screen. It's a green drink.
The magic of digital transformation.
No, but it's the funny argument with the Trumpers, especially like the fact that Trump himself said abortion is ripping a baby from the womb minutes before birth, which is hilarious to me. Because like the majority of people that carry to term get an induction, the majority of them do, because they can plan it out. It's really safe. Like they can take the time off work that they need to. Like it's planned. It's great. Like that's all you're doing. If you move birth earlier by a few minutes, like you're not ripping the baby before birth. Like you're just moving birth earlier by and even in that case, maybe like a few hours, a few minutes. Like that's not even significant for an induction. Like it's so funny the lack of knowledge that any of these people have on the process of birth. Like you'd think, people who don't have the experience of going through the medical system with regard to pregnancy and childbirth shouldn't, be making decisions about pregnancy and childbirth.
Well, what that one very learned senator, I think he was, of the Republican Party, women can't get pregnant when they're raped because they have ways to make all that stuff shut down.
Really? Yeah, that's interesting because I have a son that would say different.
Senate candidate lost, thank God, but who the fuck knows is going to get elected next time around. But he was a senatorial candidate from Missouri who made that declaration, and this is the beauty of this. If there's a cloud on the sky no bigger than a man's hand, right? The beauty of this is this guy made that argument in the middle of his campaign for Senate in Missouri. And I think it was Claire McCaskill who was running against him. Of course, she got pitched out in the Trump wave. But,
right, of course.
But this dude made that argument in his senatorial campaign, and everybody laughed him right the fuck off the stage. Just like, what are you talking about? That's not how.
Hi, Shane.
Hi, Shane. What do you say about that there, student Dr. Ben?
Abortion a few minutes before birth, not definitively possible. I mean, it's not.
No.
It's not, because by definition, an abortion has to be before 20 weeks. Anything after 20 weeks it's still a termination. You can have a termination before birth. You cannot have an abortion before.
Right.
Ben,
that's different.
That's the medical definition. That has nothing to do with the Republican Party.
According to ACOG. Yeah, I'm going with ACOG. I will use ACOG's definitions because they are the authority. So, yeah, it's not possible.
Once upon a time, an abortion was any termination of a pregnancy. Period.
Yeah, they changed it. So, and I think colloquially it still stands, but it's a great way. The definitions are a great way to get people to understand that they don't know shit about these issues.
Shane, flattery will get you everywhere, sir.
Also, Shane, it is an open mic, so if you want in.
Yeah, do you want to come in, Shane? Here. I'll just throw a link in there.
You can come in.
Man,
there's nobody in there I'm worried about right now.
You can be sexy too.
Yeah.
Shane, if you want to come in, there you go.
Of
course, Aaron, Val, all you guys are welcome.
I would like to poll the chat.
Okay, go.
Chat people. Who thinks what the Supreme Court just did is all about repealing abortion? And who thinks it's something more than that? I ask this because all I've been seeing on Twitter is everybody's talking about, abortion rights. Yeah, fine, that's great, but that has nothing to do with actually what's going on.
Oh, it's definitely more. It's definitely more.
It's a lot more than abortion.
It is.
A lot more than abortion.
Roe versus Wade is not about abortion. Roe versus Wade is about the right to privacy.
It's control. It's getting their foot in the door for more control.
Well,
bodily autonomy is
they
what
take
it
away
is.
Roe's. They
Hamilton
have taken away,
under the tent is
they
what
have taken away all legal definitions that we carry, all of us, for our right to privacy. It all goes away. No more HIPAA, no more insurance privacy, no more bedroom privacy, no more anything privacy, anything. Your banking records, your medical records, anything. They can just take it, whatever they want.
It's literally the camel's nose under the tent to move forward a conservative project that has worked its magic since the end of the Civil War. It's the overturning of the 14th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States. They do not like the 14th Amendment. They want it gone. There's a reason that Alito stopped it. You know, that Alito stopped his reading of the Constitution at the 8th Amendment. And the 9th Amendment says that there are rights that just because we haven't listed a right in this document doesn't mean certain rights exist.
Right.
I mean, look, here's the thing from a legal perspective. There is no right for the Supreme Court to even be making these decisions in the Constitution.
Yeah, they're just supposed to rule on constitutionality. They can't.
Judicial review was established by a decision of the Marshall Court of the First Supreme Court in Marbury versus Madison. That's not written in the Constitution. So for this asshole to sit up there and say, well, it's not written in the Constitution. Well, guess what? Your right to even say, to make decisions on these matters isn't written in the Constitution either.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's the legal basis of this is so shoddy. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, but if they decide this, nothing can change it. Nothing can change it, because they will then have all the power on the planet to do whatever they want with everybody in this country. They can take away our right to vote if they want, because once this is done, they don't even have to pay attention to the Constitution ever again.
Can I weigh in on the sin war thing really quick?
Sure.
If hell involves not having God and not having the Christians, you know what? I'm ready. Take me to hell. Like,
Well,
we can do all this with we can have our way with hell and have all of our rights. Like, let's go.
I'm gonna tell you right now, I've been saying this for like 15, 20 years. And it's funny that my brother, the way he reads the Bible, he agrees with me. Dude, this is hell. This is hell.
Come on, Revelations. I want to see that rapture happen, and then all
going to
those
turn
people
into
will
it.
go away.
Take the Christians away. Take them away.
If my brother's right, it's going to turn into it. But no, seriously. Yeah.
Like, according to, like, have y'all's religious, like, forever worship ceremony of God with your narcissistic deity, and the rest of us will, have fun.
Stephanie preaching to the choir, and I'm singing amen. There you go, Aaron. There you go, Aaron.
I just can't. I can't believe that. I can't believe that. Which, again, I think this is why Roberts was so pissed off that this opinion was leaked, because it's so shoddily written. It's
right.
such a polemic that Roberts really wants to. Roberts would have preferred, I think, a nice, quiet, nice, polite Republican way to just chip away at the protections of Roe. And we'll let the Mississippi law stand, but we won't throw is the baby out with the bathwater apropos in this circumstance.
They've been chipping away for 50 years. This is the finality.
Let Mississippi law stand, but we won't overturn the enunciation of the penumbra of rights that were cited in Griswold, which was the 1966 decision that allowed married people to access birth control, right? And I think that was Lewis Powell that wrote that decision, which is kind of weird. But anyway, it's like this idea of of hidden rights, well, based on the Eighth Amendment, again, where the Ninth Amendment, I'm sorry, again, where Powell drew the line at the Eighth Amendment, the Ninth Amendment says we've got rights that aren't listed here.
Right.
Anything that is not enumerated by the Constitution, it falls to the rights of the states.
No, it falls first. The Ninth is to the people.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Anything else,
the states is second.
Goes to the states. It's such Alito's reading the Constitution. The man is obsessed with anything to do with sex or he's just obsessed. He's a good Catholic boy, There
are people who today are talking about, and I don't see that this is going to actually happen because of the Republican Senate, that the Constitution, if you read it, does not guarantee the judges' positions for life. They can be removed. They can be removed for a variety of reasons, one of which is perjury, which 3 of them committed when they were interviewed by the Senate for their positions that they hold right now.
And they should have been
Roe versus Wade was settled law, and that they would follow that as their creed. Stare decisis, is that what it is?
Yes.
And so they have lied. And if we could get a Senate that would actually impeach them, we could remove the bastards, and then all their decisions that they've made are null and void.
Yeah, they can be impeached and removed much the same way as a president.
They can be, but you need 2/3 of you need 60% of the Senate.
Yeah.
So I have a question for our little talk about the rapture and shit, because I'm under the influence. So okay, our philosophical discussion for the night. So have you ever heard, as I've heard this from multiple Christians, and I used to say shit like this, and looking back, I'm like, why would I say shit like this?
Right.
But this idea of like God saving the people being like a victory. But like if his goal, like they say it is, if his goal is to save like all of humanity,
yeah.
Like, but if that's his goal, and then Satan wins over the majority of humanity, because if the majority of people don't believe in their Christian God and then all go to hell, does God really win? Is that a victory for God? Like, is God content saying that he is a victory when he's lost like 3 to 5? Like,
well,
where's your win?
Right?
God wiped out humanity, if you believe that.
Yeah, like the majority of people, according to their own scriptures, the majority of people reject God and therefore go to hell. So is that a victory?
Yahweh
well, and if the majority of people go to hell, and Satan is the one in charge of hell, doesn't that just give Satan a big enough army to go and take out heaven?
Yeah.
No,
probably.
Satan in the Bible is not who runs hell. The devil is. Satan is not given any kind of position of authority like that. Satan is Jesus' brother. And he's the bad brother, but he's still the brother. And it's the devil who is the bad guy in the Bible.
I don't think all
but okay, you're talking about the Bible. We're talking about what Christians believe.
Depends on your
eschatology. It depends on which ones you're reading.
Hold on. Purple what?
Jenny's talking about what's in the Bible. We're talking about what the Christians believe.
Yeah.
Oh.
The word devil and Satan are used interchangeably, but they are different entities.
Yeah.
They are.
According to their beliefs.
Well,
we're
and
talking
the
about
snake in the garden had nothing to do with either of them.
Yeah, we're talking about evangelical Christianity in America. So they don't know the difference.
No, they don't. No, they don't. They don't study it that deeply. And in fact, in Judaism, Satan is the adversary. The whole, one of my favorite books in the Bible is Job. The story of Job is really kind of cool because the adversary, Satan, makes a bet with God about this guy. And he says, Satan goes, well, you got this guy, Job. He seems pretty cool. He loves you. He's tremendous. And I'll bet you, Yahweh, I'll bet you I can turn him. And that's the whole story of that book. And it's really kind of a cool book because God takes Satan up on the bet. And then you get to read out how God wins the bet because Job doesn't go with Satan. I mean, it's kind of weird. It's if you read it out, if you read the story as a story, it's kind of weird because God is saying, okay, yeah, I'll take that bet.
I mean, it all reads. I mean, and it's funny to see that the Christians don't read this in the same way, but it reads like many other mythological story. Like it's a story. It reads very well like a story.
Well, and again, this is something for the Christian women that they think the story of Job is, so spiritually uplifting in that he tests them and God lived, but they kind of gloss over the fact that his wife and kids got screwed regardless.
Yeah, I thought about that when I read it. Like even when I was a Christian, I was like, hold on. Like, so they just died because of a bet.
Yeah,
what a merciful God.
Well, God replaced them, so everything was fine. They're just lost.
Yeah, but
property.
what happened to them? Like, if they have eternal souls or whatever, like, and this is Old Testament, so this is before the redemption. What happened to them? They didn't have their chance to make their sacrifices to secure their place.
It didn't
Like,
matter.
what happened to those people?
They were just property. They weren't people.
Yeah, like, well, fuck you, God.
Yeah.
Like and this all reads like any other mythology. Like you have these stories, and they're great stories to read, but like it's I can't really differentiate between Christian, and I'm gonna call it Christian mythology because like Christian mythology versus other religious mythology. Like it's all mythology. Like, and I'm not convinced otherwise.
Well, I think they're all stories. That's my just it's just.
Imagine if if I said to my family, like, I won't do this to my family, but I'm tempted to just start calling everything Christian mythology, and just see how people like that.
Oh,
I've been doing that for 30 years.
I did, and I do, and it's like it's really kind of funny.
In your mythology.
No, I did, and I do, and my dad was a Methodist.
We're talking about mythology now.
I was catching on to it, so I'm here for it. Hello.
See, if this reality is a D&D game, it's a really terribly DM'd. Yeah. Like God is a terrible DM.
He's so bad
terrible
at it,
DM.
Yeah. Like he doesn't use consent tools or anything. Like
I could DM this reality way better than God can. I'm just gonna say that right
now. Okay, time out. So here's I love how we just talk about Dungeons and Dragons as soon as I intervene. It's great. Like, so if Dungeons and Dragons is kink, does that mean our reality is kink? Because
everything is kink.
Okay.
Is kink. Yeah.
Fair. All right, I'm here for it. Like, I'm in the right call. Let's go. Hi, everyone. I am Rosie Rain, or Valgigant on the internet. I am a velociraptor, apparently.
Dr. Cross, you can come in if you want. It's open mic.
Mm-hmm.
Having fun.
Slightly less like a goblin. Mondays are definitely goblin days for me. Where I'm
Damn it, I was muted.
Sundays were goblin days.
Something cool.
No, Sundays are hobgoblin days.
Okay, so this is regular goblin day. I got it.
Yeah, where I just like crouch in a corner and eat snacks all day if I get out of bed.
Yeah, that's my Sunday.
Yeah.
No, actually, Saturday I sit on my ass and I do nothing. And I try not to put clothes on all day. And then Sunday I run all my errands first thing in the morning while everybody's at church and all the stores are empty. It's fucking amazing. And then I'm home by like 1, and then I just take my clothes back off again.
I want to see Val's response to this.
Yeah, I'm reading it. No. It's definitely kink. It's not fetish. Because with kink, like everyone has to like consent to the same kinds of rules. Like everyone's on the same page. There are like safe words that you use, kind of thing. Everyone has a role to play. It's kink. Like it's kink. Like there's a certain level of trust. Like whereas like with fetish is just kind of gross. Like they're like, for example,
when you say fetish, I think of like feet.
Yeah, exactly. Like you have like it's very intrusive in a sense, right? On the receiving end, especially. But no, D&D is kink. It's not fetish. So,
okay.
I mean, you can fetishize things in D&D. I mean, for example, I just consider the Monster Manual as a dating manual, but
seems fair.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I have an idea, Jenny. If we do a sex D&D, would you participate?
Probably.
That is okay.
Maybe.
Jenny always up for. She's like sex.
See, Jenny would be a perfect bard because like the bard stereotype is that they hit on everybody.
Well, I guess I would believe that.
Yeah, bards are special people.
Well, and they're charisma based, so they use their charisma to persuade people, and usually that persuasion is, in sexual ways.
Yeah. So speaking of, because I have special interests. My special interest being Dungeons and Dragons, dinosaurs, sitcoms, blah blah, all that kind of stuff. So I combined 2 special interests with television and D&D, and I had to sit down and figure out all of the classes of that 70s show characters, because like that is something that needs to happen. And so I got the conclusions. Okay. And this is based on 5e. So Eric's a wizard, Donna's a fighter, Hyde is a rogue, Fez is the bard, Jackie is a sorcerer. Because how else? Like all sorcerers are brats, okay? Like, let's just be real with this. And Kelso is Kelso's actually a paladin, okay, which also goes inside with the dicks, but very specifically a conquest paladin. If you know anything about the subclasses, Red is a ranger and Kitty is a cleric. So there you go. There's my assessment of the cast of that 70s shows as if they were D&D classes.
Okay. Sorry. Now your challenge is to type everybody in this room.
Oh, in this room?
No.
Okay, so I don't know everyone
Long Furby's in the chat.
Very well.
Hi, Marie.
Hi, Marie.
Yeah, I don't
Just
know.
if you had to guess. If you had to guess.
If I had to guess, okay. I'm just gonna do myself first because that's easy. I am also a sorcerer.
We're brats.
Yes. Ask any of my roleplay partners. I am a brat. So Ben, I'm gonna go with you first because we actually play together.
Because we know each other well.
Yeah. Class-wise, Ben, I can see you as I see you you're very int based, so I see you as an artificer. Most
I can
likely.
see that.
An artificer with some dip in cleric.
Yeah. That's fair.
Yeah, artificer with some dip in cleric.
The people who don't know what an artificer is, it's a combination essentially of like an engineer and like a wizard, to where it's like magic, but it's also technology.
Yeah. All right, Beck, let's go here. Beck, let's see, just kind of going. So Beck, you're an ambulance driver, right?
I used to
be. The medical field. Okay.
Ambulance driver. You know how much EMTs and paramedics hate that?
I'm sorry. It's colloquial.
Like a slur. Don't use it.
Beck is a jack of all trades. Beck has had 60 something jobs.
I'm on 68 right now.
The thing is, if Beck is a jack of all trades, is Beck a bard?
I do hit on a lot of people.
Like you could be listen, you could be bards have healing spells, bards are jacks of all trades, bards like to flirt. They're very talented. Look here, you're performing right now on video.
I don't know about very talented, but I must be a bard besides that.
Yeah. So yeah.
Okay, Jenny.
You've got some bard. Jenny. Okay. Is Jenny the one next to Ben that I've been listening to? Yeah, Jenny, you're a wizard.
Okay.
How do you know?
Just
from the few seconds that I've known you. Sorry.
I've only played D&D once, and that game ended. I think because I was such a jerk. But
no, it ended because nobody.
Funny. Jenny was trying to like kill and fuck everybody there.
Fair. Oh man.
No, that's good.
No, it ended in the same way that most campaigns end, and that is that nobody had availability. That's like the primary reason that D&D campaigns end, is because nobody has availability.
Yeah,
that's right.
This is why you put that shit in schedules. Like you put that shit in the calendar, and then you're still viable. you're still viable to not finish it. All right,
my job literally had me working every Sunday, and that was the only time that everybody else was available.
Fair.
And then people started dropping off.
My friend here to the left, I definitely read you as you've got some paladin vibes, but like good paladin vibes, not the jerk paladin vibes. You got 5e paladin vibes, like protection paladin.
I can see that. I could see, yeah, protection paladin,
like,
sure, yeah.
With like, I see you with a sword and a shield. Oh, very specifically redemption paladins, because redemption paladins are great. Like redemption paladins, they're not so much as they are damage dealers, they are damage sponges. Okay, listen, special interest.
Oh, Stephanie, yeah.
Yeah.
Stephanie's a damage sponge.
Yeah, so just like taking, it's like
when you see
sponge.
No, and that you won't take other people's shit. Like people will throw insults at you, and you're like, got something better, because that doesn't do anything.
This very specific brand of paladin. When you see people throwing shit at your friends, you're like, nah, bring it to me. That's what redemption paladins do. You don't fuck with the redemption paladins' friends. Like,
and that's accurate.
Yeah.
That's Stephanie.
Mm-hmm. I haven't heard Purple to speak enough, so like I don't know.
Say something, Purple.
Yeah, talk to me. What's your special interest?
Well, you mentioned dinosaurs. I think I can't give that one away.
Oh, dinosaurs! Then you are
dinosaurs and very good one-liners.
Also, Purple has done like home renovations and stuff, and is very handy. Like I am.
Ooh, you're a rogue. You're an inquisitive rogue with some sort of background in paleontology or anthropology or something like that.
Okay.
There you go. Rogues are also kind of jacks of all trades as well, but they like because they're very skill focused.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're very good at lots of skill things.
Yeah.
That's why
so there we go. We got a full party here. Let's go
to rogue.
All right.
Yeah,
that's funny. Wait a minute. I want to have a question though. So Ben, what did she say you were?
Artificer with a little bit of cleric.
Okay, and what do you usually play in when you're creating a character?
I usually play bards.
Okay.
Or clerics.
Stephanie, do you ever play D&D?
I do not.
Okay. Perps, what would you pick if you were playing D&D? Main character.
It has literally been decades since I've done any role playing, and I know the rules for D&D are so much from what they were. Actually, I gave up playing D&D in the 80s when the rule book started to look like a set of encyclopedias.
Fair. Hot take: D&D is easier to play now than it was in the 80s.
It's way easier now. Mm-hmm. They like streamlined the process big time.
There's a lot of books. There's a lot of like information, but the thing is that you don't need to know that information to play it.
Like really, the apps they have for character building and playing, they just does it all for you.
Yeah.
Well, and
all you have to figure out is where your subcategories are, and you're fine. That's what fucked me up.
Well, the extra books are extra. They're not like, as long as you have the main player's handbook, that's all you need. You don't need the other books. They're just add-ons.
The only thing that you need. Go ahead.
I had gone to playing Tunnels and Trolls because it was a much simpler system.
Yeah.
Although the one I was running, the players found a way to break the rules, break the game. Well, I let them, we did some extra character classes. So one of them was a troll, and there was a berserker rule that said if any character with an IQ less than 5 rolled doubles on an attack, they would go berserk and basically just keep swinging at anything that moved until everything was dead.
Wow.
Ollie likes 3-5, if that gives you a taste now.
They gave the troll a weapon that was 8 6-sided dice, so it was impossible not to roll doubles.
Yeah. That's interesting. Homebrew is just always common in 5e in any system with D&D because the rules are very much like the Code of Pirates. It is a guideline And the rule that only counts is rule of cool. No, it's fine to like 3.5. I started on 3.5 because I am I'm not old. I'm older, but I'm not old. So I started on 3.5 in the early 2000s. And I loved 3.5. It just kind of got to the point where there was too much for 3.5. And if you want to play 3.5 again, just play first edition Pathfinder. It all exists there. Which leads me to my next point. There are, as much as I love Dungeons and Dragons, it is not always the best system for the story that you want to tell.
Definitely. I need to find a different, I don't know if I want to use Starfinder or a different one to run like a very sci-fi techno themed campaign.
What do you want? Let me know.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, let me know what story you want to
Not great
tell.
at that.
Yeah, let me know. Well, Spelljammer is coming out, but
Ooh, Spelljammer would be great. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's
but tell me what
kinda
your
what I want.
specifics are, and I'll give you a recommendation because.
I would need to
spoiler
write
alert.
it, but
Spoiler alert! I work in the tabletop industry, everyone. So that's
well, yeah,
why
just
I'm like
like
what do you want?
sometimes I
Really?
like things that are really low magic and high technology. And yeah, sometimes it's just nice to get a variation of a game that's like not reliant on magic. What's
Hi,
up, Biddy
Biddy.
Buddha? No, don't
Nice
go to
seeing you,
bed.
sweetheart.
Don't go to no. The evening is just starting, and I'm not even drunk yet. I had my boards today, and I'm not even drunk yet. I gotta make another drink because
he did his
we're doing
boards.
it.
Now he has to wait 1 month to get the results.
wait a
so
month.
I said it's a
That
good
is
time.
for those results
so
now.
long. That is so long.
I hope I pass
Well, they
because
can-
otherwise
they-
I don't want to do
they
that
compare it.
again.
They compare it to the other students he was with, so he has to wait
Yeah.
until they do it.
Ooh.
Percentile.
The Army
Apparently,
made
the
him do it
minimum
early,
pass
so now he's done.
the minimum pass is usually somewhere around the 6th percentile. So hopefully, I did better than that. But
I think you did.
No, but-
I
but
know you
hopefully-
did. I believe
I'm
in
hoping
you.
I at least got around the average because that would just be nice. Because this goes towards residency applications. Like whatever score I have, if I pass, is a permanent score that I have to live with. So it's like, I hope that it's good
Dragon,
enough to
there's
get me into the residency I want.
There's a
A
link above
permanent-
20 if you want to come in.
A permanent mark will be put on your record.
Pretty much, yeah. I'm hoping that it's
You'll do it.
a decent
man.
mark
Come
on my record and not something crap. But
So I
anyway,
said he's gonna
I need more
gonna
alcohol
beat
for
his
this.
ass because
So
he's so fucking thorough and he's brilliant. He'll be
I'm
fine.
sure that half the people didn't even take it as seriously as you did and didn't even try.
yeah, I took it a month earlier than I was supposed to. So it's like it's got its advantages and disadvantages for how I did that because the Army basically claimed my month of June, so that's why I took it early. But like the advantage is that I'm taking it with such close proximity to my other rotations. So like everything's more fresh now, as opposed to if I were to wait and have a month off to study. So like that's nice. Proximity is great. I remember things.
Yeah.
But then like on the flip side is they get more time. So like did the time compromise, I don't think it did because I think and also because I had to study for this test while studying for everything else. But, it probably was better for me to get it done early, but I just, that will be confirmed once I know I did well. But until then, I'm going to freak out about it. So.
Yeah.
Fair.
It's
all right.
So more
go ahead and
alcohol it
freak-
is.
Oh yeah, just go ahead.
The
and
fun
freak
thing
out.
is I'm going to keep drinking tonight, and I'm on addiction medicine this month. So I'm going to get drunk and then show up to my addiction medicine rotation.
I didn't say anything. Ollie, that link is also for you, sir, if you would like to come and if you feel up to it. Anybody that wants to come in, because I trust all you guys. There's a link.
Ollie, man, it's getting
Yeah,
on there.
Do you know who this 20 Dragon is? I've never seen that.
Oh, 20 Dragon. That's Rob. That's a buddy of Ben's. Like they know each other.
Rob and I
Okay.
went to undergrad together. At least when I did my theater degree, we took improv at the same time.
Yeah, so they've known each other. How long you guys know each other?
A while.
A while.
Hot minute.
I could have
Also,
said
actually,
a while, bro.
Actually, real quick. I'll make my drink in a sec. But Rob's here. But Rob, if you need, because Rob does a lot of games.
Hi, Rob.
Like specifically board games, but also like fantasy games. You need to definitely get in touch with Val because Val is all about that shit, and Rob's always looking for players.
Oh
yeah. Val does a bunch of streaming with a great group of people on Twitch. So yeah.
Okay.
I'm going on my producing sabbatical this summer though because Mama's tired. Like
yeah, right. Hey, Val, why don't you put your link in the private chat for me for Twitch, and I'll share it in the main chat.
I will do both my Twitter and my Twitch because my Twitter is where people figure out bullshit.
Hi, Mage. How you doing, sweetheart?
Hey, Mage.
Hey. How's my sound?
You sound good.
Your sound is good.
You're rather quiet, though.
A little quiet?
A little quiet, but pretty clear.
How's that?
That's good.
That's terrible. I put in dividers and it decided to like do the dividers as like its own thing. So all right,
you guys. There's one of Val's links there.
There we go.
And then give you guys the other one.
Purple, I wanted to come in and say thank you for helping me find these headsets.
Oh, I'm blind. I'm sorry, Beck. Sorry.
Oh, you got a new set
you're
now.
fine.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, I've been real happy with these. The only thing is, I can see that somebody who has a significantly wider head than I do, it might feel kind of tight.
Yeah, it felt a little bit tight on top at first, but I've gotten used to it.
Yeah. Well, these things have a pretty thick steel band across the top. You're not going to break these. That's the thing. Most of them, the band across the top is just plastic, and I know dozens of people have snapped those.
Yeah. I tell you what, I'm just going to be honest. I love these fucking headphones I have. These are the best, lightest, most comfortable. I can hear everything around me at the same time. I'm not blocked off. Because before, when I had my big headphones on, somebody would be knocking on my door and my cats are meowing, and I'm like, oh, the guy wouldn't even hear it.
That's the whole reason I have big ones on.
5 feet away from me, 4.5 maybe.
Yeah.
But with these, I really like it. I can hear everything that's going on around me, and they're comfortable, and I don't have to jam anything in my ears because I have really, really tiny. Like, it's hard for me to get my pinky. Most people can stick their pinky in their ear.
Mm-hmm.
I have to struggle to get my pinky in my ear. My canals are so fucking tiny, and they're squished. Like, it's weird. I swear it's a birth defect.
I see that as one of the advantages to these is that these really muffle everything around me. That, I don't hear the sounds from the people in the corridor or that. And one of the things is that all summer long, consistently, the guys with the lawnmowers show up while I'm doing my Wednesday afternoon stream.
Mm-hmm.
Of course they do. Of course they do.
It's funny.
Well, I don't have that. I've never really had that problem when I've been. Hey, Rachel, how you doing, sweetheart?
I've always been using like the big headsets because I don't like having them on my ears and I don't like having them in my ears.
Yeah, I know.
So, but they don't really cut down out the side noise practically at all. Like, I'm hearing 85 fucking birds outside right now. And if anybody shows up blasting their bass or revving their engine, of course, I'm going to hear that. You'll probably hear it too. But
well, also
drives me up the wall.
I get a lot of sirens by here because we're half a mile from the hospital on one of only 3 streets that crosses the river. So we get the ambulances by here every day.
This is the first microphone I've had in since 1998.
Okay, here you go, Ox. And this is actually $20 cheaper than what I paid. That is a really long link. Hopefully it shortens it. No, it didn't. Hold on.
Hey, guys.
Ignore that.
It's an Ollie.
Hi, Ollie. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, Ollie.
Hello.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on?
You can't see my drink because it's green.
Hail
You
Satan.
have a green drink.
I love green drinks.
I just love how
I love
green this
Satan.
is.
What?
I just love how green this is.
It's so green.
Oh yeah,
It's
that
also
looks kinda,
strong as fuck, and it's
kinda minty.
perfect.
Make me one.
I love some
I'll
green
send you
things
one.
too.
It's
Send it
so
over.
it's so good. It does not taste as strong as it is, and that's fucking dangerous.
So yeah. I technically also have a green drink, but it's $100 bottle of mezcal, and I don't know if I should.
Oh, don't do that. No, this is the cheap shit. Actually, that's a lie. Only there's one thing. The rum is not the rum that I have. Like I have a regular rum along with the pineapple rum, but the regular rum is not cheap shit. But everything else is cheap shit. So,
Ox, it's Open Move by Aftershocks with an X on the end instead of the CK. They're bone conductive, and that's why I hear so well with them, because I have a hearing issue. So instead of me going, huh, and having to turn up my fucking headphones and one ear's getting blasted and the other one's happy, these are bone conducting, so it doesn't do that. They're really good if you have a hearing issue, and they're really light and comfortable. They don't bother me. Like if I wear them for like 6 or 8 hours, they'll go down and kind of push down on the top of my ears. But as long as you fix them, they're, pretty much good.
So Ben,
I literally have gotten off streams with you guys and fucked around for a while and took a shit and then went to go to bed and I saw my fucking headphones on and I didn't know it. Like literally like 2 hours later.
What happened to your finger, Ollie?
I got bit by my dog the other night.
Yeah.
Really bad.
Let me see it again, Ollie.
What's
it look like, buddy? Ow, man. Is it infected? Is that what happened?
Oh yeah. All my knuckles all swollen up through in here.
Yeah, I see that.
I look all red.
Yeah, dude, that looks fucking pissed off.
What
Oh yeah. German Shepherd.
Yes, they are cordless. And actually, I actually went onto one of Oz's streams a couple months back, and I had never caught his intros, and he was playing the music at his intros, and I realized, Ox, music sounds really good through these. I've never used them for it, but yeah, even music sounds good through them.
Yeah, and for those that don't know, just for those that don't know, I had to put my dog down Saturday morning because she did this. So she has been losing it mentally for a while, and she bit me. She looked at me like she didn't even know who I was.
So man, people, huh?
Yeah.
Heck, I have a pair of bone conducting headphones and that I don't use. So if you ever end up back in Arizona and you end up near Phoenix, I'll just give them to you because you'll use them.
Why don't we just give them to somebody that doesn't have the money for them? And
that works too. If anyone wants them, I don't use them.
I'll put in money for shipping for you.
Because I don't like them as much. But if someone else does want them, I don't really use them.
If anybody's interested in them and you're broke, let us know. You'll get a free pair of fucking headphones. We'll just do that.
There you go.
I love paying this shit forward anyways.
Definitely, yeah.
Oh yeah, we've got a couple of things circulating around the community. They're kind of like, legacy items.
Right.
My first camera I got from Neil the Sixth for Atheist. And then when I was able to get another one, then I sent that one on to Angie.
Oh, that's a good point. I have a webcam that's a cheaper one, but if anyone wants it, I'll send it to you. I don't use it. So anyone needs a webcam.
I need a better.
There you go, Ollie. That's for you.
I'm not
buddy.
giving my better one. I'm only giving the one that I don't use.
Yeah,
but if someone needs a webcam that doesn't have a good one or doesn't have one
right there, right?
I know.
But I could use a
better that's what
one.
I plan on doing as I upgrade my stuff. I'm just whatever I don't want anymore, like my webcam or whatever, I'm just going to give it away to people. So I'm just going to offer it on Twitter, and whoever says I want it first will get it.
Cool. I'm going to have to go. The murder wind is getting close.
Okay, sweetheart. Be careful, please.
Okay.
Yeah,
I love
take
you.
Take care of yourself. Bye-bye.
Be safe.
Bye, Jenny.
Bye, honey.
So I got some news. I placed an order last Sunday that was worth almost $900.
Oh my God, Ollie!
It was supposed to be delivered on Friday, and it never showed up on Friday. I'm going, So I logged into Canada Post today and read a message for them. Sorry, your package has been delayed because we accidentally delivered it to the wrong location.
Well, then they are responsible for that amount.
So no, I don't think it actually went out to somebody's house. It just went to the wrong post office. They caught it there, and now they're shipping it right.
So they're just gonna bring it to the other post office.
Well,
yeah. So,
but also with
I'm expecting it tomorrow now.
With the postal service, there's the question of, was it insured for the full amount?
I have no idea.
Read that.
Oh my god! I will send you. Well, because I still gotta organize Champ round 2 to go up against Ollie. Because I still want to.
There have been no challengers. I am just claiming the title.
But I know, because I want to send my. I have a trophy planned. I have an STB Twitch trophy planned. Like, I'm legit going to make like a little person out of tongue depressors and a glove head. And I'm going to draw a face on it, and then I'm going to mail it to you.
Sure.
You're back.
Okay.
Oh, she's gone.
Not?
Well, you're back.
We keep clicking on her at the same time. We suck.
I don't know what this link is that Stephanie gave me in the private chat, but she wanted me to share it. So, oh, wait a minute. Try that again. That didn't work.
That's my pinned post on my Twitter account.
Hey, Ollie, where in the Great White North are you currently residing? Because I'm also residing in the Great White North. So
Prince Edward Island.
Oh, okay. I'm on the completely opposite end.
Well, Ollie and I are neighbors.
Closer to Neil than
we're really we're neighbors, kind of, sort of.
Stephanie's in Maine and I'm in PEI.
Gotcha.
She could sail here in what did we figure it out? About 12 hours?
It'd be longer than that. To get to PEI, it'd be like 20 hours probably.
20 hours.
Sailing.
There you go, Ben. That's a fucking business opportunity right there, buddy.
Hey, you know,
wear them and get them sweaty, and then send them to people, and they'll get off on it. Somebody's got that fetish.
Well, I have my OnlyFans that I haven't posted to in forever.
There's
my
plenty of fetishes out there. Yeah, now you can do that with.
I started Only Gloves
for the low cost of $25.95.
Only Gloves is it's so easy. Like I need to post something on there, and because I haven't, I made it as a joke account, and the only person, well, I had a few people liking my shit, and then Tons of Mice was the one that tipped me. I was like, God damn it! Because the whole account is just me like doing ASMR with exam gloves. And which like there's a market for that.
ASMR with exam gloves.
No, one of them he took mayonnaise with his snappy gloves on.
Mayonnaise.
Like, smeared it around.
I put mayonnaise on them and like rubbed my hands together.
I gotta fix my mic.
I fucking love it.
Oh, people love it though. People love it.
Really.
Well, I can understand why. It's like that.
Like, hey, I'm willing to do it. It doesn't put me in any compromised position whatsoever. It's literally just my hands with gloves and some mayonnaise. Like, I'm not doing anything uncomfortable for myself.
Prices vary depending on who the doc was examining. Way up.
Speaking of everyone, just remember, since this is dual streaming on
Johnny
Twitch,
Depp's
don't show your feet or your nipples. You can't show your feet
Johnny
on Twitch,
Depp's
right?
ass.
I will show my snappy gloves though.
Yes,
you
please
can't
show your snappy
feet
gloves
on Twitch.
You can't show feet on Twitch. No.
Okay. I did it one time for a second to be a smart ass, and I never tried it again after that.
Yeah,
Ben was like, "Don't you get me kicked off, you asshole." Basically, but nicer.
Mm-hmm.
It's a weird thing to like fixate on.
Yeah, the fact that you can't show your feet, but you can lick some ear-shaped microphones.
Right?
Yeah.
Isn't that?
And that's not a problem.
She's over there like,
and you can do that, while sitting in a hot tub wearing a bikini, and that's not a problem.
But don't show your feet, God damn it! I'm not worried about it because I'm not an affiliate. I don't have enough fucking followers.
That's true. Yeah,
I don't give a fuck. I ain't making any money off that shit. That's a shoe. That's not the same.
Well, I mean, just in general, I understand a lot of fetishes. I've never gotten the foot fetish, and it's like one of the most popular.
It is, and I don't get it either.
Just don't. I don't know.
Yeah,
but you know, honestly, like, look, let's be honest. If some chick was like, "I want to fuck your foot," I'd let her. I mean, I don't care. I know I'm gonna get some of that. But I would never be
Ooh,
like,
that
can you
foot.
please fuck my foot? Because that's gross.
I want to suck your toes.
Fap your toes. Little toe fapping going on.
It's weird enough
I
when my
know,
cat,
I feel
my
the same
roommate
way.
cat does it.
But then
I don't
licking my
understand
foot.
I hate being barefoot. I absolutely
Really, I
hate
love
it.
being
Yeah,
barefoot.
I just
hate
like
it.
it. I'm wearing socks.
I fucking
Spend
love
most
I'm
of my
being
time
wearing
being barefoot.
my little slip-on shoes right now because I can't find socks because I should fold my laundry.
There is a sign at my door: no street shoes on the loft floor. So,
No what?
Street
shoes.
Street
no
shoes.
street shoes on the loft floor because no dirt on the loft
Okay.
floor, please.
Yeah.
Because it's the table that I work
Is it
on.
an American thing that people wear their shoes inside in the house?
People wear their shoes everywhere unless you ask them to take them off.
It's rude. If you were to come in my house and walk around my house with your shoes on without asking permission, that would be rude.
Now,
That
and
would
I'm
be
gonna
rude.
reverse this. So
See, but
okay. I live in Canada, but I'm from Louisiana. Whereas taking your shoes off in somebody else's house is considered rude because when someone takes their shoes off, it's like they're making themselves at home.
Right.
In your home. So it's rude to do it. So, and that's like the thing. But
unless
you also
someone asks you to when you walk in the door.
Yeah, exactly. So like it's a level, it's this weird level of like familiarity that some people in America, culturally for me, which when we talk about Americans, talking about Cajuns are a completely different species of people.
Right, it's true.
But
I just play it safe and I ask.
Yeah.
Like I either ask or I do what everyone else is doing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you're ever at my place, don't ask. Just take your damn shoes off.
Yeah, I live in Canada now. And
I live in a place where there's snow on the ground 6 months of the year. If you don't take your shoes on, there's going to be slush all over my house. So take your damn shoes off.
That makes sense. And like that makes sense, right? Whereas like even at home, like with my parents, is they don't take their shoes off until they're done with their day. So they're wearing shoes in the house, but they don't go like if they were wearing like, you know, their grocery shopping shoes, unless it's like, you know, their wellies for doing farmyard, they don't wear their farm work shoes inside.
Well, yeah, because that's disgusting.
Yeah.
That's why you have a mud room.
Yeah, you don't go past like the kitchen or the mud room in them because the kitchen is easier to fucking clean than a carpet, right? But yeah, no, it's like
Not
it's
at my place.
legitimately rude. Yeah, it's legitimately rude to
Ours
like
is
just
carpeted.
take your shoes off in another person's house.
This is why I ask, because there's so many cultural variations that it's just
I do.
You never know.
When somebody invites
Just
me
ask.
over, I go to walk in the door and I'm like, shoes on or off, and if they say your choice, usually I take them off, just because I want to respect I don't want to dirty up their house.
Yeah, I take it as
But,
a perspective of like
ask.
their individual has their preferences for their home, and I'll do whatever their preference is.
Right,
But,
the same way I am.
For me, it depends on the shoe. If it takes me a lot to put the shoe back on, like if it's like my combat boots or something, then I will usually or heels, I usually kind of avoid it.
You're so American. Well, I don't really want to take my shoes off and unlace them unless I have to. Like, you're so fucking American. How do you survive up there?
Lots of marijuana.
Whoa!
Which, you know.
Speaking of which, I could
do the math.
Mine's liquid marijuana today.
Fuck
and
liquid marijuana.
That's what the cocktail is. The cocktail is called liquid marijuana, which is why I picked it.
I'm smoking pot with some hash mixed in it.
There you go, bud.
All right, that sounds good.
Native atheist. Way to do
I make people walk on their hands. I love it.
I'm just gonna say, dude, I can't come over to your place.
Yeah, I'm not coming over there. Screw that shit.
Nope.
I got a question for student Dr. Ben. Is it healthy to lose 35 pounds in 4 days?
No.
Didn't think so.
Were
That's
you
about how much weight.
constipated?
No, that's how much weight I lost last 2 weeks ago when I had food poisoning.
Have you been?
Oh, well, that's why, bro. You
Oh,
shut
yeah,
up.
really?
That's still a lot for
Wow.
food poisoning, though. That's
Yeah.
still a
I've
lot.
also managed to keep it off, though, too.
Well, that's good.
Just to say,
Are
I
you-
managed to keep it off, though,
Good
too.
for you.
Are you
man.
feeling
Good for
better
you.
now, though?
Oh, yeah.
Apart from the hand, of course.
Yeah. Oh, well, the hand's fucked up. Like I said, I can barely move that middle finger. The rest of them I can move all right, but holy fuck, I try and type. Reaction, you'll want to use that middle finger because I'm a typist. I know how to type.
Yeah.
And it's sudden agony.
I know you can't see it, Ollie. I know you can't see it, but right here on my hand, there are a couple of scars. And one looks like maybe you can see that one right there.
I can see the white one there, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are
I
you
was
taking
playing
anything
Frisbee.
for the infection, Ollie?
I was playing Frisbee and yeah, he went to the emergency room.
Oh,
I was at the emergency room all day yesterday.
I was playing Frisbee and I had this collie German Shepherd mix that was just a really hyper happy dog. He was a great dog. He loved to play Frisbee. So he came out of nowhere, out of the fucking hayfield.
He grabbed the Frisbee and grabbed you.
And went to grab the Frisbee, and his teeth literally like boom, boom, bounced off my hand. So I ended up with 4 holes. Boom, boom. And it was weird.
And the dog right away. I bet you the dog right away,
when
when they bit you, they knew and they stopped, right?
Oh, yeah. He dropped dead on the ground and looked at me.
Yeah.
He knew. Yeah. He knew he bumped my hand.
They know when they do that.
So, but my hand's out like this, trying to grab the Frisbee because it was like way over here. Right.
Yeah.
And I'm like this. He jumped up in the air and grabbed it and grabbed my hand. He bumped the Frisbee out of my hand, too. He almost got the Frisbee.
Yeah.
And then my hand's out and this blood goes. And I'm like, I think I need to go home now. Mind you, I'm like 16, right? I think I better go home now. So I just left the dog there. I'm like, he'll come back later because they lived like a mile up the road. I had to walk a mile home with my hand bleeding everywhere. So no, I know it got infected like a motherfucker. Animal bites are horrible.
They are
horrible.
One thing
they're not good.
I got really lucky with mine. My dad's 100-pound chocolate lab got into a fight with his 85-pound black lab bull mastiff mix. And I tried to separate them. This was a mistake because then the lab bites my leg, mistaking me for the dog, and he let go immediately, but they're still in a fight, so they immediately resume. And so I immediately went to the house to wash it off, like wash the wound, and fortunately I didn't get infected at all, but the possibility was there.
It did get a little infected, but like my mom just took care of it for me, and my body took care of it. I didn't even get antibiotics for it. I mean, it was a bitch for like a week and a half. It fucking hurt, but my body finally fought it off. But my mom was also a nurse, and she's like, "We're not going to give you antibiotics unless we need to. So take a deep breath." Because I was like, "Mom, and she's like, "I got it. I'll let you know when we need to go get some antibiotics."
My grandma's response when I was washing it off under a faucet was like, she comes in the bathroom, she's like, "That's not that bad." Fuck off.
Fuck off.
My mom's answer was soak it in warm salt water. That'll fix it.
Yeah,
I asked the doctor while I was at emergency. That doesn't do anything, he says.
Like she was acting like I was overreacting or something. No, I was just washing it off. Like I wasn't crying. I wasn't. Yeah, I was just washing it off, and she's like, "It's not that bad," and I'm like, "How bad do you think I think it is?"
If a dog tries to bite you, push.
Actually, when I got
mouth.
home that day, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mitch.
If a dog tries to bite you, push into the mouth. It'll keep them from being able to clamp down hard.
He'll gag.
Yeah. If you push your thumb into the bottom of their mouth, they can't bite.
Yeah, it'll keep the jaw from being able to close, right?
Yeah.
Plus, there's less.
That's how I got her off my hand. I had to do that.
Yeah.
So.
The thing you gotta worry with dogs is Pasturella.
Yeah. The first thing my mother asked.
What is Pasturella?
Oh.
Pasturella. Well,
I love pasta though.
So the medicine they got me on. The medicine they got me on is called Sandoz Amoxiclav, 875 milligrams.
Amoxicillin.
And it also says amoxicillin clavel.
Yeah, so it's a penicillin, but with a beta lactamase inhibitor. So because you have increased resistance with the penicillin family, including amoxicillin and ampicillin. Because amoxicillin and ampicillin are increased spectrum of a penicillin, so they can impact more gram negatives, but then you have extra resistance with beta lactamases, which are enzymes produced by the bacteria. So you can inhibit those and then get more activity out of the antibiotic. So that's what it is.
Cool.
It's not useful for things like
give you
staph,
that.
but other.
But for this is what it's for.
Oh, hey, Kyle, if you guys want to come in, I'm gonna for
Dennis will give you that if you got a toothache and if you got a
infection in your mouth.
Infection. Yeah.
I accidentally scared the shit out of my cat yesterday because we were like vibing on the bed while I had like a tension headache and he was sleeping. And sometimes when he wakes up, he doesn't know where he's at because he's only lived with me for about a year and he gets like super spooked. And he bit me. His claws broke the skin because he grabbed and bit me. But he left like straight up like bruising like on my wrist from the bite, even though he didn't like break the skin. He is a strong boy. I was like, you little shit, I didn't do anything to you.
You're lucky you didn't break the skin because when I was talking to the doctor, he said with dog bites, it's about 70 to 80% get infected, but with cat bites, it's 100%.
Oh yeah, cat bites. I've been bitten by cats before trying to help strays, and they get nasty, and almost every time I've had to go to the fucking emergency room and get antibiotics.
But also depends on what you're getting infected with, because there are different infections you're going to get with a dog bite versus a cat bite.
Yeah. No, I'm saying with cat bites in particular.
Well, no, but certain organisms you're not going to be as susceptible to if you're not immunocompromised.
Well, yeah. I'm not saying I had to get antibiotics every time, but I mean there was a couple times that my body recovered, but it still got infected.
Sloth Girl's cat Petunia, when we first got her from the shelter, it took more than 3 years before she stopped biting me every time I tried to pet her, and she broke the skin dozens of times. I never got an infection from any of them.
Oh, really?
It's not an every time thing, and it's in fact I think probably more likely to be infected by Pasteurella than some of the things that cats are giving. But yeah, cat scratch fever is not as common as people want to say that it is.
Yeah.
Especially with
scratch fever.
That's a real thing.
Yeah.
Bartonella henselae causes cat scratch fever, and it's not as common as people like to say it is. I mean, the big infections you're thinking from a cat are Bartonella and Toxoplasma, but they're not as big of issues unless, like, normally cat scratch disease, you're thinking a younger person, like usually a child, is kind of the clinical situation you're getting, and they're going to have inflamed lymph nodes in certain areas. They're going to have kind of ulcer formation at the site of the bite. And then Toxoplasma, you're going to have, like, the main issues are with immunocompromised people and pregnancy. So that's why you don't clean a litter box when you're pregnant.
And also, like, from what I understand, all of that significantly drops if you have an indoor only cat, like,
because they have to get exposed to that shit.
Yeah, exactly. Because like outdoor cats are gonna have way much more.
The more they're interacting with other animals, the more likely they are to be carrying
or other pathogens. Yeah. So, like, my boy only interacts with the 3 humans that live inside of my house. So, like, kind of thing. Whereas, like, an outside, like, immediately I just washed it with soap and water. And I was fine. Because, the claws did get into me, and immediately I'm thinking cat scratch. But my best friend actually did get cat scratch when she was a kid.
You're more likely to get staph from just the bacteria from your own skin getting in. But
I just put a little Neosporin on it and just let it exist.
I've never had much problems with cat scratches. There was one time that my cat got me really good, and I was trying to clip his nails, and he scratched my hand really bad, and it got infected. It's usually, I've only got infections off of bites. I've only had like 1 or 2 infections.
That's usually the case. It's usually the bites.
Yeah, the bites are.
But,
yeah.
They
well,
will.
the mouth has an awful lot of bacteria sitting around in it, so
exactly.
You never know.
Well, plus, half the time I got bit, I was out somewhere where there was like no soap and water. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So then by the time you get to something, that shit's already in there.
Well, I rinsed this bite in peroxide within 10 minutes of it happening. Still didn't stop the infection. So.
Yeah.
Well, soap and water.
Well,
you
10
did soap and
minutes
water
if it
too?
made blood contact.
Oh well,
it's
right
already
after the
too
peroxide,
late.
yes.
Yeah.
Good. Ben, should you use peroxide on that?
I mean, you can. It's not gonna hurt.
I like how everyone here is trying to get like free medical advice from Ben.
Oh no!
I'm trying to get odds to let me get a free ticket to Better if I give medical advice.
Oh, that's
I
not
would
a
like
bad idea.
to.
It's better. It's
I
better
would
than
like
getting. Better than getting medical advice from Ted Nugent. So.
I would like to hear
iodine
the
as everything.
story from Dave about how you get an infection the size of a softball from hitting a bird on your motorcycle.
I just want to say really quick, if he let it get the size of a softball, he was stupid. He should have went to the doctor way before it was that big.
Yeah.
Way sooner.
Yeah, they had to give me a tetanus shot yesterday too.
Well, yeah, because you got bit by an animal, they have to do that.
Yeah. And I hadn't had one in the last 10 years. Tetanus shots.
There's criteria. You don't always have to. There's a
well, it also
criteria.
depends on if you've had one recently, if you had a booster, blah blah blah.
And the type, it's the type of wound, if you've had a booster, and how recently.
Yeah. So if you have a recent tetanus booster or shot, then yeah, you're fine. But if it's been a while, they'll give it to you.
Well, there's still times when you still give the booster, even if you've had it recently, but it depends on the wound type. There's like literally, I had to memorize this for my board, so like.
Yeah.
I know
you had half your leg cut off by a rusty saw blade,
I literally took the medical boards today.
Right? If you have half your leg cut off with a rusty saw blade, that's time for a new tetanus.
Yeah. I think you have a little bit more issues, though. I'm not gonna lie.
Like a lack of differentiation. A couple years ago, because I stepped on an actual like rusty nail when I was out walking. And it came up right through the bottom of my shoe. Fortunately, it wasn't long enough to go much farther, but it did break skin. And
you were lucky.
Yeah.
I know.
I'm waiting. For
I know.
I'm waiting for my next injury.
It was like this long.
So I can get a tetanus booster shot and not have to pay for it. That would be good.
I just
Rob, I stepped on a 20-penny nail.
Oh God!
And didn't just step on it. I stepped up on the pile of wood we had to move that my mother was making us move, and I was mad about it. So I walked up there and I like stomped my foot down.
Oh God! Yeah.
And it stuck in my bone, and I couldn't get my foot off of it because I was afraid to move it, and it was like I was like froze, and I was like, Richard, and he came over and he grabbed my calf and yanked my foot off of it. And then he helped me over to the porch, and he took my shoe off, and I was fine. And then when he took the sock off, my sock was up in it, and it ripped it out, and I was like, oh, it was not cool, man. 20-penny fucking nail. And so my mom he calls mom. She's at school. It was our first week off from school. We had all just got done with school, and she was a teacher, so she was finishing up paperwork, blah blah blah. So he calls the school and gets a hold of her. He's like, "This is what's going on." So she made him pour peroxide in my foot with me laying on my stomach and my foot flat up in the air.
Oh God!
It was the worst thing ever.
Yeah.
She should just take you after that.
Like, oh my God, it was fucking horrible. No, I never went to the doctor.
Yeah.
No, she should have taken you for that.
Yeah, no, it was okay.
Ben, I think you need to get Oxon for a medical miss about cures in the Old West here.
Yeah, I mean, that's cauterization, and we don't need to use black powder for it anymore, Ox. We're way more advanced than that. Just saying. Just saying, buddy.
It sounds like Ox got his medical degree in the early 1800s.
Look, he lives in North Carolina. No,
so,
I'm just kidding.
Basically.
I love you, Ox.
Yeah. Probably the worst pain I've ever been in. not getting my
North Carolina?
ID. I've been to North Carolina very often. My brother actually lives there.
My brother used to live there.
There is definitely that relationship's probably just a little bit strange because of the my extreme leftism. And he is
fair enough
Catholic, and
oh shit,
his wife is Southern Baptist, so she is considering converting to Catholicism because they just had a kid. And you know how Catholicism is with baptizing children and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. My parents are still Catholic, and my parents are center left, but it's like, or just left of center, but it's like, yeah, no, my parents are in the whole business of mind your own fucking business, and so yeah, there's a possible like strain relationship going on. But to keep that going, I only talk to him about Jurassic Park. Because and that's kind of just how you have to like deal with the situations when you're on different spectrums with your family, because you still love your family, and you but you just kind of find that common ground, and the common ground that my brother and I will always have is dinosaurs. At least I don't have to like preach that dinosaurs are real to him, kind of thing. Like, at least he's not a creationist. Like, because
thank goodness for something.
Thank goodness Catholicism got rid of that shit.
You know, I was raised Catholic, and my mom was Catholic, and my dad was non-religious. My mom forced him to go to the holidays to church. It's the only time he went to church was like 4 or 5 times out of the year, and everybody saved an extra spot for him on the holidays because they knew there was going to be fucking one more of us, and we took up like almost an entire pew anyways. I mean, I'm the youngest of 7. We took up a lot of space.
Yeah.
But I think that if my mother was alive today, she would not be religious anymore because she was very science minded, and and one thing I noticed when I got older was she never talked about religion and science in the same conversation.
Yeah.
And most of the time we talked about science, not religion. That was normally the conversation. She was an RN that became a chemistry, biology, blah, blah, blah teacher. So I think if she had all the information that we do today, she would be like, nope.
Again, like I said, there are 2 kinds of Catholics in this world. The one that mind their fucking business.
Yeah.
And the ones that don't.
I find it really weird.
It was a mind your business. Like, she was like, if you would think of what is the ideal Christian, that was my mom.
Oh,
I find it really weird because
a good person. My sister's the same way.
I was brought up in the Catholic Church in the 70s, and it's like nothing I was exposed to seems anything like the Catholics now. You know, because it's like they were fine with evolution, that that God had set everything in motion, and evolution was just the process he used for making new animals. No big deal. You know, and that's my family they've always been Democrats.
Yeah.
So my father was Catholic, and he was a very strict Democrat. He was a precinct captain. You know, so it's like the whole thing with where the Catholics and religion have gone does not seem like it was at all the same church I was brought up in.
The evangelicals,
generally, I'd say it's gone off the rails. But
the evangelicalism, the American evangelicalism really had an impact on American Catholicism when it came to abortion. And that was like one of the big primary factors in like a huge shift.
It's
coming
still
from
pretty
like
much their only platform point.
Yeah. Like coming like from my perspective, I'm French Cajun, like I'm Cajun French and Native, and when it came down to it, it came down to that, because even in Louisiana right now, there is a conservative Democrat in power, and the reason he got that was because he's pro-life. Like, because all of the other social issues Catholicism tends to be like, yeah, sure. And then all of a sudden, like when abortion kind of comes around, it's not, because life begins at conception. Fuck off. Sorry, we're going back on this shit.
Real quick, Ox, I'm going to give you a jab back, buddy. The Waltons were based in the story in West Virginia. It was actually filmed in the hills of North Carolina. So suck my cock.
What?
Bam! Back at you, buddy.
Now
you know
what
something else about
what?
You know something else about the Waltons?
What's
They
that?
regularly they showed them making peanut butter sandwiches on the Waltons, and peanut butter wasn't invented until like 100 years after the show, when the show was supposed to be taking place. So,
100 years,
50 years, something like that. Yeah.
No, it could have been 100 years, bro. They had a car.
The Waltons? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of the other one.
Little House on the Prairie. Thinking of Little House on the Prairie.
I am.
No, Little House on the Prairie. No, we're talking about the Waltons.
The Little House TV show was actually, kind of done by the whole series of Little House books. And one of the books, Little House in the Big Woods.
Yes, I remember that one.
Yeah, that one was actually in Minnesota. And I lived in the area surrounded by all the towns mentioned in that book.
Oh, really?
Oh, don't mention Little House on the Prairie, because then Stool will show up and make me put on my bonnet.
Yeah. Well, no.
Wait. Why does Stool need to show up? Because I would like to see you in a bonnet. I think that would be really cute.
Because Stool made a meme essentially of like I'm going to med school, right? So Stool was like, you're gonna be like one of those old timey doctors that like on the Little House of the Prairie has a top hat and a carriage, and then he decided that I was going to have a bonnet, and I had this bonnet. It's right here by the side of my desk because I wore it. The only time I wore it was for Lavender Ladies fundraiser because
that's right.
Because I was like, I would do things for Lavender Lady that I would not do for any old thing. So I have the bonnet. But that's for special occasions.
Speaking of special occasions and charities and reproductive rights, can I shield something right now?
Show your shit.
All right, cool. So on June 6th, a Saturday, not on my channel, but on my friend Mur Feather's channel, we're going to be running some tabletop games to benefit Fun Texas Choice. So it's very particular to the state of Texas and getting Texans their abortion care. I'm running a game called Heartbeats in Perfect Sync, which is essentially Kingdom Hearts, the tabletop game.
Ooh,
so
yes.
If you like some JRPG bullshit happening in Austin.
What's JR stand for?
Japanese role-playing games. Yeah.
Val, so you know what else we need to get you in on?
Just asked what the J was for.
Huh.
The next time that Catnip plays Max Gentleman's Sexy Business in the Discord server.
That sounds right
if you're in need of some tabletop games for next time, I do have some.
Oh yeah, listen.
All right. And you probably have a lot too as well.
We're not short.
But I guarantee you've never played these before.
Oh, which is that? Asterium and Gordian maps.
Yeah, Asterism. It's
I'd rather play games I know instead of games I don't know. That way, I have a chance of winning.
Can't win,
Come on, because you rarely ever win the first playthrough when you're playing a game. Come on, take me on a Super Monkey. I'll challenge you all. Let's play some Settlers of Catan. Come on.
That game ruins friendships just as much as Monopoly.
You got to play Cities and Nights. You got to play Cities and Nights.
Oh, that's the best one. That is the best one to play, and also it ruins friendships. Catan ruins friendships.
I just want you guys to know you will never ruin a friendship with me by playing a game with me because I expect to lose. I lose at everything. So if I win, it will be a fucking miracle.
Speaking of games that ruin friendships, I've kind of been getting my mom into Mario Party.
Perfect. Excellent.
Ruin friendships. I mean,
I'm very excited. So this is a game called Altitude. It's a tabletop game for 3 players. My friend Colin wrote it, who I will be seeing this weekend. He just landed in Seattle. Nice. But he and his best friend Anna wrote it. They own this company. So it's a survival horror game. So you're expected to die. It's for 3 people where
you're expected to die.
Yeah, you're expect to die in this game. The GM plays Mount Everest, and the 2 players play the hikers trying to climb Everest. And it's a warning: it's exposure, nihilism, extreme heights, and death. And I'm very excited if anyone would like to experience some nihilism.
Experience nihilism.
You wish you could see these shoulders out of the shirt, you asshole.
Okay,
I'm gonna
be
make
the character waiting in the cafe at the bottom to see if they return.
Yeah.
See, I'm gonna make a competitor for Capri Sun, like the drinks in the bag, and my slogan is going to be "Embrace the nihilism," and that's just gonna be a thing. Like you're just gonna experience it.
Yeah,
it sounds like almost sounds like something that you'd put into either Quiplash or Patently Stupid.
Always
I
love
love Patently Stupid.
I also love Patently Stupid.
I tried to play it on one of my lives recently, and no one else wanted to play it with me, and I was so sad. Like, it's such a good game. It's such a funny game. You know what? Here's the problem. Here's the problem with people who come to my open mics and get mad at certain games. Like, the goal of the games for Jackbox, the goal is not to win. The goal is to have fun. It's okay if you're not immediately good at every game. There's certain prompts that do well for you, and there's certain prompts that don't do well for you, but it's okay. It's literally, it's going to be okay.
It's going to be okay to not win.
Isn't that the goal of every game? I mean, it's
I not win a lot.
The whole idea of a game is to enjoy yourself. And
Clearly, these two are spies. They were not raised in America.
You're right.
Well, people will be like, I don't want to play that game. Like, okay, you don't have to play the game, but at the same time, like I feel like the reason why people don't want to play the game is because the reason they give is like, oh, I'm not good at that one. Like, but that's not the goal. The goal is to like no one's gonna remember who won. We're not gonna remember who won the game, but it's funny.
Bullshit, math, because I can buy a 3-foot long one if I want.
I made this game and I've never won it.
There you go.
Like the win for real. Any Jackbox
that's
game,
like the whole point.
Like if you win, like the winner of a Jackbox game is not the person who actually wins the game. The winner is the person who came up with something so legendary that everyone is remembering it afterwards.
That's right.
That's right. That's what makes the game fun.
Which means
like you can lose the whole game, but have one prompt that you responded to well, and that would make you memorable.
That must be high a lot because I don't remember one fucking thing anybody came up with from this.
I just remember laughing a lot.
I fucking hate to lose. I hate to lose. I hate to lose. I hate to lose sports content. I hate to lose a sailboat race. I really hate to lose a sailboat race.
That's what I'm doing.
Drives me fucking crazy.
Get your ass in here.
It's okay.
Secular rarity.
Okay because the game is what makes it fun. It's like just being able to play.
All right. So if I could address that hate to lose thing, it depends on the circumstances for me. Like if I'm out there playing disc golf against people that I know that I'm better than, and I lose, I get pissed at myself. Right? But if I'm out there playing against people that I know are way better than me, I don't care. I'm just out there to have fun and do what I can do.
This is just a Jackbox game. This is just a Jackbox game.
Yeah, this is just a Jackbox game.
I was just trying to help people get their bingo cards filled.
I
don't mind.
I think it sucks. I don't like losing. I don't care.
Wrong channel.
Jackbox game, sailboat racing. I don't care. I hate to lose.
Okay.
It's
I play a lot of board games, as often as I can, and I don't mind losing because I made a mistake or somebody played better or someone had a better strategy. It pisses me off if I'm losing because I consistently get bad die rolls.
Yes. Bad luck will piss you off. Bad luck will piss you off.
Yeah.
I like when luck is a factor. Because it makes the game more accessible to new players, but I don't like it when the luck is everything.
Yeah, you have to have some luck factor, but you have to be able to use a strategy.
That's why I like to play Spicy Uno. Have you ever there's extra rules added on a Spicy Uno?
I assume that the titties were involved whenever someone calls something
you could, but it's It's like because regular Uno relies on the turn order
It can be.
and the cards that you have. So it's just like you know who's going next. But Spicy Uno has each Uno card having a different extra thing. Well, not all the cards, but certain cards can do extra things. Like I think my favorite example
seats.
like 0 and 1 has you swapping your hand. Like 1 on a number 1, you swap your hand with anyone you want to. On a 0, everyone trades their hand to the right. And then there's a rule where if a 6 comes up, everyone slaps the table. Last person to slap takes 2 cards. And then if I think the best rule though out of all of them is that you can play out of turn, but it has to be the exact number and color. So then you actually have to pay attention to the game because someone else can play, and then you go in the same turn order off of as if that person just played as their turn.
Well, I do
play
like
with
games
jump-ins.
that the turn order jumps around a lot because, games with set turn orders, if you're playing with the same group of people all the time, you realize it gives you a strategic advantage to be sitting next to certain people.
Right.
Oh, those type of things.
But this takes away that advantage because you don't know whose turn is going to be next.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys ever played a game called Guillotine? Any of you guys ever tried that?
I have not.
Never heard of it.
I actually recommend it. It's a fun, simple game to play. The object of the game is it's based around the French Revolution. So
I love that.
So you play 3 days of killing nobles by guillotining them, and each of the different nobles. There's a couple of different colors.
Far, so good.
Right. So you got red nobles and pink noble or green nobles or whatever like that. There's a bunch of different colors, and all the numbers are worth different values. Now you set 13 nobles in a row, and whoever's turn it is has to kill the noble that's at the front of the line. Where the strategy comes in is you got a hand of cards that can move the line around, and you can only play cards when it's your turn. So Marie Antoinette, if she's in the line, you could have a card that says "Let them eat cake," which automatically moves Marie Antoinette to the front of the line, and then you end your turn and you kill Marie Antoinette.
I love this game. I need to play this. Is there a digital version?
I'm sure there would be, and I would love to play it again. But like I said, there's so many. There's Fast Noble. So if the Fast Noble's at the front of the line, he dies. He kills the noble that's right behind him as well. So you get 2 nobles instead of 1.
We need to play this on stream. I need it.
Some of the nobles aren't really nobles, and they're actually victims, and they're worth negative points.
Ooh.
Right. And there's, like I said, and there's a whole different raft of cards. Like some of the cards say for every red noble that you've got in your hand, you get an extra point. So that's
I
card to
think
play
we
in
need
front
to
of you and
make a
stuff like
special
that. Right.
edition
So.
of this game. We need
for
to
the
make
for the US
and replace the nobles with all the members of the Senate.
Just to be clear, YouTube, we do not endorse violence of any kind whatsoever.
This is a fun game called Guillotine.
Not at all.
I recommend
saving your bacon, Uncle.
I don't endorse violence.
If you need to, Beck, if you need to go to bed soon, I will take over your stream for you.
I don't have enough people to make money off of it, SR. Are you kidding? I only got 580 subs or something on
just helping you out in case, one day you're sitting up there and the lawyer's questioning you and I got to go up there and,
look, they're never going to give it to me. If they look at my past streams and see the shit we've talked about, everything from foot fetishes to vajankles to anal sex to I mean,
I have never said vajankle on a stream.
A vajankle?
I've never. I was not the person that brought you vajankle. Of course not. That's ridiculous. Why would I do that?
No idea.
I know you would.
Why would I say something as ridiculous as vajankle?
Fucking Ben, vajankles on my channel. Yeah.
No, Beck, if you need to go at any point, I can take over for you.
Yeah, I gotta go. So I have to be up at 5:30
because the party is just starting. So I will.
And I have to,
it's only 8 o'clock on the West
guy
Coast.
drives.
And I've got more drinking to do tonight because I took my test. So I will hang out.
This party
I'm not working
is
tomorrow,
for
so
you.
I'm gonna stay up late. I'll be here for a bit.
This party is for you.
Okay. Yep.
It is my party.
Let's go.
It is your party.
If somebody can find a way for us to play Guillotine
try if
online
you want
right now,
to,
I say we do it.
It would. It could be on Tabletop. It's probably on Tabletop Simulator.
I have tabletop.
Yeah. But I'm not necessarily in the mindset to play a game myself.
Math Pig.
Okay.
Math Pig, that's just me, bro. It's just gonna keep happening. Have you not figured that out yet? I've changed it like 4 times in 2 years.
No, this channel name is a good one. This is a good channel name.
No, actually, I really like
this. This is a good one.
Because the reason I picked it is one, because everybody started calling me Uncle Beck, including Neil. So I was like, fuck it. And then number 2, because I want people to know that they can come here and talk to me, and it's a safe place. So that's
also, because we can actually search this now in the search bar and not get confused by it.
So just in case somebody doesn't know, I'm Uncle Beck or Uncle Beck 71 everywhere. Some of the places were
not 69.
I had to add. I always add my birthday on the end. Isn't that what you're supposed to do?
Oh, but 69 is a cooler number.
I should have said Uncle Daddy Beck, but whatever.
Uncle Daddy Beck
Uncle
69.
Daddy Beck 69 would be incredibly awesome.
Nice.
I said everybody's welcome here. I didn't say this channel's just about sex.
Oh, well, then
Wait,
I'm gone.
I'm in the wrong place. Let me go. Let me go now.
Look, I'm going too.
I'm out. I'm out. I'm out.
I gotta go. I can't. Like, why am I even here?
The fuck are we doing?
Well,
yeah,
okay.
I know you're just giving me shit, Math Pig. You're fine, buddy.
Beck, you gotta keep things in perspective. You say you only have 500 subs, but when World War II started, Germany had less than 100 subs.
That's fair. Totally fair. Undersea, boy.
Purple, I love you, but shut up, you little shit.
Took me a second.
I was
Took me a moment. Took me a moment to
we got a
fully
Jenny
process.
We got a Jenny back. Hi, Jenny.
Hey, Jenny.
Hi.
Is the
Welcome
weather
back.
calming down for you?
Welcome back.
I don't know, Math Pig. You tell me. Search Uncle Beck and see if I pop up. There can only be so many Becks out there, except for the fucking artist. Like where I live.
Who is a
nobody has my
Scientologist,
name.
by the way?
I
and
have
I
to
didn't
spell
know.
my name to everybody here because nobody has my name, except for people will say, "Oh, like the artist Beck," and I'm like, "Yes, the musician Beck." Yes.
Well, actually, I know somebody in the meat world who has your name.
Oh.
You're not a
In the
loser,
meat
baby.
world.
I'm not a loser. I know that. I'm fucking awesome. Fuck
There you
everybody.
go.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, Daddy.
I'm not even going to try to kill you.
I am not perfect, but I know I'm a good person. So if people don't like good people in their lives, get the fuck out.
I am perfect, but I'm
BTFO.
also a terrible person.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Really?
You're humble about it, though, so that's good.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
Okay,
That's
the humble's the thing I was going to bring up. I am perfect. I just can't go around saying it. I have to wait for you all to realize it. Otherwise, I wouldn't be modest, and that would be a flaw, so I'd be imperfect.
Yeah. It's tough. It's tough to balance that, you know. Like when somebody says when somebody says like nature doesn't give a single person both high intelligence and incredible good looks. I just have to bite my tongue because it's like
Yeah, I know, right? Oh,
what the fuck?
Wait a minute. What did you just say?
I won't repeat it. I won't repeat it.
No,
I
you
never
don't
look
need
back.
to.
I never look back. I
All
only
right.
move forward.
You are right there.
Fuck off, SR. Wait a minute. Hold on.
Just,
That just needs to be done. He needs to just
It's like
Here you
he
go.
needs to sit down there and
totally
think about what he's
caveat
done.
emptor right there. That's incredible.
Oh, I'm just
That
kidding,
is
buddy.
her.
Help out.
So Nick P was saying he is fighting the urge to test new cocktails at work. This is my spouse, by the way, who is a bartender and is watching us at work.
And he's bored as hell.
And
I
he's
say test
bored
the
as
cocktail.
hell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I say try
the
them
thing
out.
is now he has to take a bus home because he can't ride that scooter after testing cocktails. But you should bring some back for me. I'm just saying.
Are you allowed to drink and scoot?
Or some in a
Is
big
that a
jug.
thing?
You're not
Yeah.
allowed to drink and scoot because you need a driver's license to use your scooter. It's like a Vespa.
HH?
Yeah.
First, I want to say if I am fourth and only fourth below Uncle Buck, which is a classic, I will take that spot. I will take.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Well,
Yeah.
for me picking my YouTube name was like a 3-month process. And part of that was everything I came up with, I went and searched on YouTube until I finally found one that it came up first.
Mine's a Pokemon pun.
I don't know how it is in other places, but here you can get a DUI for on a bicycle.
Oh man, I have
no idea.
About a DUI.
If we
I
can.
have a story about a DUI arrest on what's it, Martha's? Yeah, on Martha's Vineyard. That is unbelievable. But you
can get a DUI for driving a tractor drunk.
Tractor,
you can get it for any anything that's on wheels or motorized or powered even by
even a rowboat.
No, it does
You
not.
can get one for a rowboat.
I swear most
What,
of the
Jenny?
people in my city just need a DUI outright.
It does not need to be motorized. A bicycle qualifies.
I said or powered by.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Well, a carriage drawn by a horse, you can get a DUI for that too.
Unicycle.
Well, you can get arrested just for being intoxicated in public. You don't need to be driving.
I guess that's fair. Yeah, I guess that's fair.
We just have the drunk take. We just have the drunk take out here. Like, so it's. Well, I don't know, like the other Canadians, but from what I understand, like if you're just intoxicated. Yeah, dog sleds. Yes, you can do it for dog sleds. Yeah,
you can get a DUI for dog sledding drunk.
Yep, for sure.
But that is what I see was the advantage before we had cars. Was if you were drunk, as long as somebody could tie you onto your saddle, the horse would still get you home.
Are we doing another shot, Ben?
No, but I made another liquid marijuana in case SR wanted to see it, but it's bright
Very
green.
nice, very nice.
It's literally the color of his green screen.
You know what? I'm gonna join.
It's strong as fuck too.
I'm gonna join you, and I'm gonna go get a little bit of mezcal, just a little bit, because you just need a little bit.
And I just
discounts, right?
This
screen.
This is how Ben has achieved the effect right there with that right there.
Midori, I used Midori in this. That's how it's so green and able to generate my 666 on the top.
And your 666. It's awesome. It really is. I think it's I think that's brilliance right there.
It's like an atheist.
And that is why. That is exactly why you're going to pass your boards.
I fucking hope it passed. Like I was telling SR a little bit.
On him.
The fact that test was like as much ethics as it was, I was not expecting it to be as much ethics as it was. Really? But I'm like, you know what? That might save my ass here. So, well, I'm not mad about it. Yeah. Like the amount of people that surprisingly need to be told that like you need to have empathy is fucking hilarious.
It's not hilarious. It's actually sad.
No, it's actually very sad. But like these questions, like there's clearly one right answer, and you'll have something like somebody's doing something that's not medically recommended, and then they're like, "How do you approach this situation?" And your options are like basically like tell them that they're wrong in multiple different ways, or ask them their perspective on this. Like, I wonder what the most appropriate step is.
Yeah, I would go for wildly flailing your arms as you yell loud, shrill noises. Was that one of the options? Yeah, was that one of the options? I mean, I feel like
a serious question.
Hey, sorry, your mic is really loud.
Oh.
Right?
Serious question. Yeah. Don't you think that's fucking tragic?
Yeah, the fact that people don't know how to empathize, yeah, it's a problem. It's a huge problem.
Yeah. Oh my God, you know what's great?
I missed it.
I shaved last night. I need to shave again.
I need to shave.
I need to shave too.
I know, right?
Starting to get a little long.
Starting to look like a raccoon on my legs.
Ox wants to know if your marijuana drink would taste good on Cocoa Puffs.
No. This is more for like Fruit
That's
Loops.
Not what he wrote.
This is more for like Fruit Loops. This is a tropical beverage.
Yeah.
It's like coconut and pineapple and this shit. Like
so Ben, mine's green too. It's green because it's mezcal, that was distilled with marijuana and infused in
Are we
marijuana.
doing a shot? Are we doing a shot?
I am not shooting this. This is shooting Mexican moon.
Nope.
Oh no!
I'm jealous.
Don't
you
shoot
get
that.
kicked off the stream when I'm jealous. I'm only kidding.
Ben, for you, I'm gonna mix some Midori.
I've kicked everybody once. It's a rule.
Okay, yeah.
With a little gin.
I'm gonna have
my
to
turn
hang
next.
up my headphones
Hey, Beck.
for a bit and go
Hey,
break
Beck.
up with
You know what? Laughing now, but I'm gonna leave his ass down there for the rest of the stream. See how he feels about it.
Beck, I
What was he
would
showing?
100% share with you.
He's
if
got
we were
a
next to each
jar
other.
like this big. It's half full of freaking these big pot.
But
nuts.
I'm worried it's
He
going to
always
run out
teases
before
me.
my shipments
I'll
come
have
in.
you know, sir, I went to the store. I have like so much
Plastic.
No, it's all full of.
What's
All
in
full
each
of
one of
what?
those?
Here.
A
Are they
gram?
They don't have
Or
it.
is
They,
it- yeah.
they did. If they usually package them in like 1s, 3s, 5s, and 7s, and they didn't have any, so I had to buy a bunch of separate packs to get my 7 grams.
Supposedly, Kentucky's thinking about going medical.
There's another one.
Well,
It's inevitable.
Oh,
yeah, it's inevitable
it's pot.
stateside.
Oh, okay.
Look,
Yeah.
it's
That's
legal.
fine.
It's recreational here
Yeah.
now. They are starting out charging 21% tax for the state, and then in the next 3 years they're going to raise it up. It'll be 33% tax.
You paying
If
stupid
states
amounts
don't
on your
do it,
alcohol.
they're stupid.
Yeah,
Every
yeah.
state that
For
has
the-
done
for-
it, every state that has done it has made fucking
Yeah.
shit ton of money.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
It's,
Add
it's
50% tax. Like,
it's 15% in Maine.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
15%
People will
in Maine.
fucking pay it.
It's
They don't care.
It's 5% in BC. That's why I ordered
Shut
my
the
stuff
fuck
from
up.
BC.
Kick him out again, back. Get him out
The
of
good
here.
thing about it is,
What the
if
hell?
you go and get the recreational stuff, you know you're getting actual good pot. You're not even getting some bullshit that your dealer got from some guy down the road and picked it up at Red Lobster. Like, you don't even know what you're getting half the time.
Now you see,
And that's where the appeal is because all the medical dispensaries that make that stuff and sell it, they are regulated. They have certain things they have to do. There's certain kind of caps they have to use. There's a certain amount they can sell at once. And actually, New Mexico, I found out the way they do it here is they give you 6,000. 600 ounces for the year. I think it's ounces or something.
now
And so you go in there, you could buy it all at once if you wanted to and take it home.
yeah.
Literally.
AC, it was very, very strange here because I moved to Canada while we were still, and I'm in BC, so weed is just abundant. Always been abundant. It's the West Coast.
It's been decriminalized out there for years and years.
For years. So when I came out here, like the medical was legal, and we lived on pretty much this honor gray area system when it came to like dispensaries and things like that. Like it was like everyone made sure like their I's were dotted, their T's were crossed, and things like that. And the flour there was good, the extracts there were good. And then it became federally legal. And there was a dark period in time where like those dispensaries had to close down, and we only had the government approved stuff, and it was garbage.
It was.
Yeah. And so now we're just kind of starting to get back to. So for flour wise, I was getting because now that it was also legal, I could also just buy flour off of my friend if I had wanted that. And they had better flour, but I'm not a smoker. Like I prefer, like I took a THC pill today before I got on here. And this will just, it hasn't kicked in just yet. We know when I start like disassociating and like bobbing my head, like we'll know.
Fair enough.
When you start disassociating and talking about how the DM is so nice to you and is going to do some nice things to you during the next session, yeah, that's all a lie. So we'll know that the weed is kicked in at that point.
It's okay because I'm gonna date
is that what we're talking
everyone.
about?
Everyone in that party. I'm gonna date all of them. Like I will be everybody's monster
Fair.
boyfriend in that game.
Fair. I'm working on getting at some point. I got to talk to SR about this behind the scenes, but I want to get SR as a guest in that particular campaign at some point. We will figure out a way to do that. But did I mention I'm going back to my addiction medicine rotation tomorrow? after my third one of these.
All right, fair enough.
Dave, welcome to Canada. Are you bringing any weed with you? No. Sad. Here's some weed. Have a nice day.
I have to remind. So I'm having a bachelorette party in August because I'm actually going to finally get married to my spouse of 11 years. So
about fucking time.
Yeah, I know. It's not going to be until next year. It'll be like we're getting married technically we'll just get married this year for paperwork because my immigration is up at the end of the year. But like we'll have like a ceremony on our 13th year together on October the 13th.
Congrats.
Which is a Friday. So like it's like, oh, this is the gothest thing I've ever done. Let's do it.
Nice.
Anyways,
if you invite me, I will be available potentially.
Okay.
What am I doing?
Have, like, space. It all depends on
I can get one by then.
The space, right?
I mean,
I have a passport, but it expired since I changed my name. I have to get my legal name.
Yeah, I have to.
I have to get my passport redone too.
My best friend, who I've known since 5 years old, who also recently got married as well, she's on the medical. And when she went on her honeymoon to Australia, she brought it with her.
Oh, okay.
No.
She did not get caught. She didn't know that she couldn't bring it with her.
No,
and so
with that shit. Never mind country line.
She just didn't know. Like it really was just like a thing out of ignorance of like just not knowing, like just living in another world. I love her to death, and so when we're planning out our stuff to like come up here, I was like, listen. You have legal weed, and weed is legal here. You still cannot legally bring it across the border.
She goes, you have to buy it here when you get here.
It's like, don't worry, we got you covered, boo.
I know.
October 13th.
Yeah. Huh?
You said October 13th
of 2023.
Of 2023. Never mind. That makes a huge difference. I will be in residency, so that's a solid no.
That's a solid hell no for 4 years.
I will be in 3 years. 3 years. I will be in residency.
It's okay.
And then I'll be active duty on top of that.
I was thinking 4 years from now you'd be done.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to come to the girls, gays, and theys bachelorette party in this August,
I could do this. I could do 2022. What am I doing? Hold on. Let me look at my schedule. August. Actually, no. Wait. No. August, I'm in Texas. I was like June or July. Sorry, July, I'm in Washington State. So.
Oh, are you? Well,
yep.
If you have your passport, like I have my passport. You just need to let me know because I'm going.
Let me renew it. But
I'm going this weekend. It's legitimately like a 4-hour bus ride.
You don't need a passport. Just stand on the edge on both sides and just kind of yell at each other.
Or if Val has one, because I'm going to be meeting with Bolt and OA and some other people. So I mean, if anyone's available,
what space? Where are you going to be in Washington?
Joint base Lewis McCord. So I'll be working on base, but I will not be staying on base.
But, okay, like where in conjunction on the I-5 corridor is that?
I don't know. I just know it's roughly near Tacoma.
Oh, okay. So you're gonna
That's a good, all right.
And
Tacoma, that's a good geography thing. Ben.
Yeah.
Just
I don't need to know the geography. Yeah. I'm interviewing for residency. All I gotta know is the base.
No, but
Tacoma. We'll go with Tacoma.
Tacoma. Okay.
Just
it's a greater Seattle metropolis. Yeah. No. That's like maybe like a 4-hour
that's
like bus ride or Amtrak ride for me.
Will you join my efforts to have Canada annex Minnesota? We've been practicing apologizing to people for no reason.
You're basically Canadian.
Yeah, Minnesota's Canada white already.
Yeah.
I mean,
there's a few states that can make that claim.
Mm-hmm.
I was on an ACD Discord where a whole bunch of Canadians were basically, I forget what show it was, but
it was Truth Wanted just Friday night.
It was Truth Wanted just Friday night, and it was Neil
and Aaron.
Ex-Christian
Aaron.
Yeah, ex-Christian Aaron, and
it's
like
Randolph and me and
Randolph
A
and
couple
you
others.
and Nate, and it's like,
Nate,
what the fuck? When are you guys going to invade this country and liberate us from our
right? Someone save our
absolute?
dumbasses.
Well,
I'm sorry, you
someone
still got
do
too many people that
something,
do things like
please.
Trump for us to want to come down there and do that.
I
Yeah,
have
right.
precedent for my
I
plan.
know, I get it. It was like,
But we
I
could
have
take me to
precedent.
Nova Scotia.
Canada had a plan for this before. In the mid 1980s, a bunch of documents got declassified. And among them, they found that Canada actually had a plan in place that if the U.S. ever committed a hostile act, they were going to send a division of tanks to capture St. Paul and annex Minnesota.
I'll tell you what, there was a movement in the great state of Maine and in the Maritimes for our respective regions to secede from our respective countries and reconstitute Acadia, which, you know, that was a thing.
Fuck you.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck all you guys meeting, and I can't be there.
Come
Fuck
hang
you
out.
guys. I'm jealous.
Come hang out. It'll
Hey,
be great.
Totally jealous.
I am technically Acadian. Because I'm
Cajun,
Cajun.
I thought.
Yeah, I'm a Cajun person, right? So which is, you know, we just got, you know, exiled, genocided.
Yeah,
and
you
we
got
landed in the
you got
swamp.
booted out by the Brits. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, because you know, that whole French and Indian War thing, and the thing about the Acadians at the time is, oh, they were French and Indian, like, sort of thing. So they were just like, oh yeah, no, you got to go in, yeah. So, and then I just made full circle. I haven't quite gotten back to my proper coast, but.
Yeah.
Oh, what's up, Sadie? Is Sadie new to our chat? Have you seen?
I have never seen Sadie before. Welcome, Sadie. We're actually talking about all kinds of stuff. So
yeah, we ended up inviting more people onto the stream, but if you want to ask trans questions, we are still available. We still have plenty. At least 5 of us are ready to answer trans questions as well.
Right.
Wait. What? Are there trans people here?
Yeah,
No.
this lady
Yes,
said a
Stephanie.
lesbian mom of a trans kid here, and I've never seen her before.
They're
so
banned.
we were just letting her
They're too
know that
creepy.
she can. She is welcome, and she can ask whatever she
She's
wants.
welcome. We have trans people here, and we will answer your questions.
I've got the flip side of that. I'm a trans parent of a lesbian child, so.
I'm just a gender void most of the time.
Wait a minute. Don't anybody give it away. Sadie, who's trans? No, I'm just kidding. We
Oh,
don't play
yeah, yeah, I don't want to call
that
them
would
out
be
like
a fun
that.
game. You got like a 50-50 chance, right? Exactly half of us are trans,
This
the
is
other half
true.
are not.
A very successful
Oh,
one,
that's
my dad.
interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, but as soon as you get one wrong, your odds go way down.
My daughter turned 40 this year, and she has been with the same partner since she was 15.
Wow.
That is really grand. That is really cool.
Round of applause.
Yeah, Sadie, we have
I can't even get to 2 years. It was like 8 years, then 6 years, then 4 years.
I can't even get to 2 dates.
Two. Now I'm down to like 6 months.
Yeah, my
so I'm
longest
pretty
one
sure
was
I'm
12
doomed
years.
to only have
All
a
right.
month relationship at a time soon.
All right.
We have Sadie. We have a mix of trans men and trans women on the stream. So, whatever your questions.
Yeah, we're a bunch of goofballs, Sadie. But yeah, you're welcome if you want to talk about anything. You have any questions as a parent? We have some people in here that could help from both angles
Also,
on that.
your picture looks suspiciously like a blood cell, a white blood cell.
Oh yeah, look at that.
It looks suspiciously like an eosinophil. I don't know if that is. I'm guessing that is intentional.
It also
Well,
kind of looks
Sadie,
like a Pokemon. I'm not
We've
gonna
got
lie.
we've got diagnostics going on here.
It is an
Now.
eosinophil. Yeah.
Eosinophil.
now-
Sadie, just so you know, we also happen to be very lucky in our streams, and my best buddy is going into, well, he's a med student, but anyways, he's going through hell, and he just took a huge exam. So
Assuming I
if
passed
you,
that
if you
board
have any
that I
medical
just
questions
took, I don't know
too
what
that we don't
happened.
know, we are spoiled like that. About
Yeah.
trans kids, of course. Yeah.
That was a blur. That was
we
a
were
blur of a
just
test.
we were
Yeah,
just
I will-
making fun of Canada, Sadie. So if you have anything there you'd like to
Fuck you,
Yeah,
give,
if
a
you'd
quick,
like to pick on
give a
Canada,
quick
you're
crack
welcome
to
join
those
in.
provinces up
Maple
north,
syrup
please.
bastards,
Please, yeah.
no, we
Hey,
love them.
hey, SR, you know what Robin Williams said, eh? Canada's a really nice loft apartment that's above a crack den.
EGIDS. What is that, Ben?
It's true.
I don't know.
Hey, you know why you'll never find the alcoholic attorney?
What is?
I understand pre-PhD student. I don't know all the abbreviations.
Sadie,
for various communities.
My son is trans and lives in Columbus.
It's terrible, Sadie. It is absolutely atrocious.
Jenny, stop. When did you live there last?
No, it is though.
No, Jenny is
No,
correct.
hold on.
I know people in Ohio. It's terrible.
Okay, that's fine. I do too. I live there.
To make
I have a trans son
there.
Look, here's the bottom line. In Ohio, like most of the states that are fucked up and mixed and have a bunch of goddamn Republicans in them trying to run shit, in the inner cities, you have more diversity. And outside of the city, when you get past suburb, you have dumb rednecks. That's how Ohio's set up. Stay away from the country. Your kids will be fine.
I'm talking about the government's attitude.
And a couple of the areas in general.
Talking about that's the way it is in many rural
that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
it's true in every state. We know that.
There are some states that are better than others. I think I don't know Ohio. I don't know what it's like.
Well, I lived there for 10 years.
That's how
so I
most
feel like
of the
I
country
do.
is.
I think you probably have a lot more to say about that.
If
Ohio just passed a law to ban people from changing their name and birth certificate on their birth certificate. Okay?
Yeah,
I don't doubt they
legislation.
did. I didn't say the government there was great.
Well, that's what I'm talking about.
Live there as someone underneath the umbrella.
If the government's standing in your way, it's a bad thing. And
that's what our point. Yeah, that's what our point was. That living in Ohio as a trans person under the legislation that they have is like Ohio is one of the worst states to be for legislation.
I'll tell you what, Maine's pretty goddamn good. Didn't used to be, but it is now. And mostly people here don't give a fuck, which is cool. That could change, but mostly here, people don't care.
Well, I recommend Minnesota. If you can stand the cold, people generally have the attitude that what you do on your own property is your business and I don't care.
Well, Sadie said I live in Minnesota. It's pretty good here, except I got reported by a pediatrician for getting my trans kid an IUD. Also, Sadie, it really depends, just like everywhere else, it really depends on the city. And there are some states that the major cities are not great for anybody. Never mind whether you're trans or gay. It's just they're not good cities. But there are a couple cities in Ohio that are very LGBTQ friendly. I think one of them Cincinnati, but I'm not sure. But you can look that up. There's two cities in Ohio that are really like LGBTQIA plus friendly. So
and any time that you
just have to pick the right area. It's just the way it is everywhere.
And any time that you have a larger population in any urban environment, you're always going to be able to find more diversity. It's not going to be as good as a lot of places, but like for instance in Tennessee, while absolutely if somebody were to ask me like, hey, I'm thinking about moving to that state, man, your thoughts? My thoughts would be, well, you're going to do better in the places like Knoxville and Nashville and Chattanooga and Memphis.
Yeah, and you stay away from the little
That being said, the state legislature and the governor signed laws recently allowing people in private sporting events, if a trans athlete is competing against you, you can now sue that institution on the state level.
Yeah, so this is where we go. Like the state legislature does matter for trans people, and like Ohio has some legislation in place that like if you want to be safe and be trans, Ohio will put some limits on you, and that's absolutely
do remember that in the meantime, my state is one of the lowest in terms of good education in the country. It is also one of the highest for overdoses, and poverty and suicide and all of the other things that actually we should be caring about and doing something about. And what they decided to do was go after a group of people and a made up problem.
Yep.
A group of people that has not caused any issues. There is nothing, if you look back in our legislative books, there is nothing on the books that is just like, oh my God, trans people are just destroying the state. There's absolutely nothing that would indicate that. And yet, in this legislative session alone, they have passed 7 different bills just like that.
What state are you in? That's
Tennessee. Tennessee.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, you're in Tennessee, but I would say if you're looking for something in your region, Sadie, I think of Illinois, which is probably the safest place to land in the Midwest.
Which is nonsense.
But you know, and you know, the saddest thing that I've seen recently is cops breaking in on a trans girl who got expelled from school.
Oh God! When? What? Yes.
Got expelled from school for using the bathroom that she should use. And was arrested by the cops for truancy, and you know, they literally broke in while she was playing Minecraft. You know, it's just real. This is real shit.
For the people,
kids are being
drag her
fucking
away
assaulted.
to foster care.
For the people who are not trans. Like people who don't understand what we're dealing with here. Like the fact that we have to be careful, even in this conversation, that the fact that we have to be careful about what city and what state we move to have rights to just exist.
That's why I just leaned back and said it's fucking ridiculous. Yes.
And this
like,
is
why do I have
this
to be careful about what state I live in because of my gender? That is like,
but
it's
by
not like,
God, there's a church on every fucking corner, Ben.
There's 5 of them. There are 4 different ways to my work, and every single direction. There are 4 different routes to my work. They all take about the same time. Every single direction I pass over 5 churches. Literally, I've counted one day.
Well, I mean, if you play Ingress, that's actually great. But...
well, I mean, yeah,
especially
I guess there's that
and you got
silver lining.
Like,
yeah, I guess
there's that. Well, there's that.
But like, it's very easy. I'm trying to make things tangible for people who aren't part of the community. But like, and this goes the same for people with disabilities and other marginalized communities. Like, it's easy if you're not part of the group to say, well, I don't need those accommodations. I don't need things to be a certain way for me to, you know, exist comfortably. But it's easy to say when you're not part of those communities, when that is an aspect of your every single day of your life. Like people with disabilities who like, if you need a ramp to get up to a place and you have to constantly change the entrance you use, the parking spot you use to fit your vehicle, the place you have to go around the building to access a doorway, like the things that make existing difficult. Like if it's not part of your existence, it's easy to say, I don't need that. But if that is every day of your life, it makes sense why you need certain accommodations. Like this is not asking for a lot. This is asking for the bare minimum of what we need.
And it doesn't negatively affect. I mean, it's one of those surprising moments where it literally can just be. I mean, it not even just can be, like it just is. It's just a positive net gain for everybody. It's fascinating because it's. I was recently at a local school that had really complied with all disability requirements and stuff, and it was amazing because I'm walking through this high school like thinking, holy crap, like none of this was in my high school and I didn't even graduate that long ago. And what was so interesting was how literally nothing, there was no negative, there was no problematic, there's no good argument to say why we can't make things more accessible for more
It's
people.
almost like
there's
when
no good argument.
It's almost like when you help like the people who need help most in society, it benefits all of us. And another good example, I will just talk about from personal experience. So I am an immigrant to Canada. In Canada, to sponsor somebody on a family visa, like a partner on a family visa, you don't have to be married to them and you don't have to be engaged to them. You just have to prove that you are a conjugal partner. And that is specifically was put in there for queer couples. And because of that, I'm in a very I'm not a cis person and I'm not a straight person, but I'm in a very cis passing relationship because I'm femme and I have a male husband, like a cis male husband. And so like, but that benefited me despite the fact it wasn't technically written for my relationship.
Hey, Jenna.
But I benefited from that and I was able to immigrate under that because we were long distance. So we didn't live with each other, so we couldn't claim common law. Like we didn't live in the same country, right? But like it's just like if you benefit the quote unquote the people who need it the most, it expands. It's a ripple. Like everyone benefits from it. And in the same breath, when you oppress people on the fringes, that also expands. And so when you look at reproductive rights right now, for example, like by taking away bodily autonomy from people who have uteruses, that just means they can do it for anyone, for any reason.
They're not going to stop.
Yeah,
it's not. They're not going to. They're not going to.
If the government can compel you to carry a pregnancy to term, a government can compel you to have an abortion.
Yes, and if they can have that level
both ways,
if they can have that level of control over who you are and what you do with your body, it is not a slippery slope. They have made this clear.
Yeah.
They have said we are coming for whoever the fuck we can. And that is why this has gone through. That is why we're even in a position that we have to be like, oh, well, hang on, calm down. It's just a draft. It hasn't technically been published. Yeah, I mean, you're right, but also, have you not been paying attention to the last 10 years?
Well, and to be honest, that is the thing that's so infuriating to those of us who've been fighting this battle for years. It's like, if you didn't notice that this is what was happening, you had to be fucking brain dead.
Yeah. Anyway, in conclusion,
it's
or willfully not paying
support
attention.
trans rights,
or willfully
support queer
not
kids,
paying attention.
support people of color, support us all. Like just let us have our fucking rights. We can exist.
I don't know if we can get Sadie to join us, but it would be.
We need one spot to free up, and then Sadie can join us.
I can.
Are you sure, Mace? Because I'm getting off in a minute, anyways.
Yeah, I'm gonna be leaving
I gotta.
anyway, so I can leave.
I gotta pee real quick, so Beck can stay for another minute. Because you all know that I gotta pee like 8 times while I'm drinking. So.
And Ollie's Canadian, so we can always get rid of him. But
Ollie's gonna drop in 25 minutes.
You think so? Do you? 25
Mage.
minutes. You think I won't make it past 1 in the morning?
Hey, Mage.
Yeah.
I just want to say I appreciate you coming in, and I enjoyed having a conversation with you.
I hope to do this more often, so it'll be good for me.
You're always welcome.
Yep.
Yeah.
You're joining into my chats.
I'd like to join yours sometime too. Well, see you guys later. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
Bye, Mage. Thanks for coming.
Excuse me.
Well, what I've been saying all my life is that we need to stop fighting for groups for rights for individual groups. We just need to get it all together and fight it for the idea that everyone needs to have the same rights, regardless of what pigeonhole you stuff them in.
Yes.
True.
Sadie,
I mean, yes.
Sadie, hold on, you guys. Sadie, I'm putting a link in the chat here for you. Click on that. It'll take you right over. Just hit allow for your headphones and mic and put in whatever your name you want. And then it'll bring you up in the back room. You do not have to show your face on the screen, but I do require to see your face before I bring you onto the live stream. So if you could show your face at first, then you can go icon if you want. Okay?
Save what?
I was just going to say,
Dave?
Purple, I agree
Thank you,
that
Dave.
absolutely, obviously, it should be an all-encompassing rights. The problem, I think, I've always found, at least historically speaking, is, you know, when let's just use a real American, you know, trope here.
Are you
When
gonna
the
stay up
founding
or are you gonna icon?
when the founding fathers were writing the Constitution and
bringing you
so
in.
forth, blah, blah, they wrote all men should be created equal, right? And in their mind,
You're a
in
little
their
quiet, but
mind,
yeah.
they thought that included
Hold on, Steve.
everybody. And it took us, I mean, 200 fucking years, and we're still trying to say, hey, remember that one founding line of the country where it's like all men are created equal? They meant like all humans are created equal. And it's like, yeah, but not these particular humans, right? Like these people aren't okay.
And so you know the problem? You know what the problem was?
What?
It's all based on philosophy and not science.
I thought you were going to say they didn't have a
Damn.
fundamental grounding.
Really?
No, that's just me. That's just me being a shit to SR because we have a show about this where we debate.
Hi, Sadie.
Well,
Yeah, no, but I think
Hi,
Ted's dead
Sadie.
on.
Hi, Sadie.
It's
Hi,
nice
Sadie.
to finally see some people's faces
Hi,
that
Sadie.
I follow
Thank you. I
on
wanted
Twitter.
to say hi. Thanks for coming by, Sadie. So, what? Give me your first question. We'll let everybody answer.
I guess I was just like asking about Cincinnati. I'm heading there for 10 weeks, and I was trying to decide if I wanted to like try to get a permanent position or not. But I have a child that's in middle school that's trans.
Yeah.
But we haven't really been able to do a lot because their dad isn't supportive. So like the most I've been able to do is get my kid an IUD.
Yeah.
And like binders and things like that, but nothing other than that. I can't do anything medically for my kid.
And I'm afraid
Right.
that even in Minnesota, they managed to push through a bill about, you know, trans kids in sports.
Yeah,
it's
my
hard.
kid doesn't
While
really
they
play
haven't been able
sports,
to do
but
a
we
lot,
have.
they are screwing up things for trans teenagers.
Yeah.
Yeah, anybody who's trans and a minor, it's been difficult because even the medical community is very behind in terms of advocating for legislature regarding puberty blockers and things, which they're safe. They're absolutely safe. And they're not meant to be permanent. And if you use them as intended, they are incredibly safe. But
Yeah, and they do not cause any irreversible effects.
And my
but
kid
the problem
was
is
on.
getting that involved in legislation and getting that to be approved as standard of care in some of those more conservative areas is an uphill battle to say the least.
Well,
so
because it's being handled by politicians who won't listen to scientists.
Yeah.
It's oh God.
That's a similar problem with climate change too.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to listen to scientists.
I would definitely
It's
suggest,
exactly the
Sadie.
same problem. They don't want to listen to the people who have spent their entire life studying the issue.
Yeah.
True.
So-
And I would definitely suggest just making sure if you are thinking about moving from one state to another, just coming from the political side of it is where I come from. And like that's why I know all of these different bills and stuff that have been passed recently in my area. And I try to warn anybody that I know that is moving to Tennessee. We have a lot of people moving from out west, and they are coming over here thinking that everything is the same. And I am trying to make sure that they understand where they are safe and where they are not.
Yeah, I'm pretty.
And do
following
that.
Somebody from Alabama, and it's really
and just look up the laws and see where the state is at.
Yeah,
That's always a good
the sad thing too is that their dad lives in Texas and he's not
Oh,
supportive,
God.
and I'm supposed to send them there this summer, and I'm really scared to like send my kids to Texas.
Yeah.
Well, it depends. What city does he live in?
Yeah, where they at in Texas?
Well, he lives in Dallas. The only
Okay.
thing is like if Dad tried to like he's been fighting me on
Yes.
child support right now, so he could use it as
It's
leverage to keep the kids in Texas.
It's half and half on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How old is your kid, if you don't mind me asking?
13 is my youngest, and then my oldest is 15.
I lived in a lot of
I'm
places
just
in
wondering
Texas.
your question. Sorry.
Wait, Ollie.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I lived in Austin for my undergrad, and I consider most of my family out there. So it just add me on the Twitters and whatever, and if I can find some resources for your kids, maybe just to be able to contact at some point, you or your kids in those areas. Yeah.
I have sole physical custody of the kids because they're technically residents of Minnesota because they live here. And so when we got separated, he allowed me to take the kids out of Texas and go back to Minnesota. So I'm really glad that he allowed me to do that because
Texas just also passed a bill, no treatment whatsoever for people under 18. That's the other concern, that if the kids end up in Texas, that he could very easily just say, well, they can't have a treatment here, so they're going to stay here, and that's just the way it's going to be.
Yeah, well, they can't get treatment in Minnesota either because I have to have dads sign off on it. Both parents have to sign off if you're divorced. Really? Yeah.
Which is awful because any other procedure only requires one parent to sign off.
It's true.
Yeah, and it made me so mad when I got reported for the IUD when my child could just go to Planned Parenthood or wherever and get it without my consent.
Yeah.
And for the pediatrician to do that, like she had no problem with me getting an IUD for my oldest child. But then when my youngest started asking, and I saw it was more urgent because they were actually
The funny thing is,
wait.
I'm still wondering.
The funny thing is, what?
Okay, so I'm going to get off here in a minute, but this is my suggestion when it comes to moving to places with people under the LGBTQIA plus umbrella. First thing I would do is check the statistics in the area of how diverse it is. The second thing I would do is because I know Ohio is instating laws, but my child is still getting his boobs removed like he should be. So,
but he's an adult. He's an adult, though. He's an adult, though.
I understand that, but I'm
That's
just
the
saying
difference.
that they'll be 18 soon. That's just the way it is in most places. But and also, most importantly, is check for organizations and stuff in that area, which there should be in Cincinnati. There are in Columbus. I'm almost positive Cincinnati is more diverse.
Yeah, I have
Ohio.
a couple of friends there that said Children's Hospital is pretty good, and that's where I'm going to be working.
Yes.
Yeah.
There you go. But definitely check the area for organizations and projects and stuff where those kids have like counseling and stuff that they can go to. And I know they have them in Cincinnati. I have no doubt that they do. But and if you really want to live like totally safe and in a happy bubble, move to Santa Fe, New Mexico, because I swear to God, I'm in a happy bubble. All right, I'm going to go.
Okay, Beck's going to
leave. Good morning. I love all you guys. Have a great conversation. Thanks, Ben.
Good night.
I want to give
I'm
my.
still trying to get that question
thoughts.
in. I was trying to ask 5 minutes ago.
Okay, fine, but then I want to give my thoughts on this particular issue.
Well, I'm just wondering, can you deny him visitation rates since he's not like providing you support?
Me?
That's a whole other legal issue.
Well, now he is providing support because they're garnishing his wages.
Oh well, yeah. There you go.
Yeah. Minnesota doesn't play. They garnish.
The thing with the IUD
issue, you might be able to get a lawyer to say that the kids don't have to go to stay with him for an extended period, but that would be a very complicated, and you'd have to be able to afford a pretty decent lawyer.
I have Ginger Justice that back.
Okay.
Been talking to me about it.
So I wanted to mention with the IUD thing, my suggestion is because a pediatrician, normally peds don't do IUDs. So it's funny that one has such strong opinions on one. My suggestion would be to go to a gynecologist, although it sucks.
That's where we went. My OBGYN is the one that did the procedure. And she basically threw her under the bus with me.
Okay, so find a different gynecologist.
No, my gynecologist is amazing.
It was the pediatrician that
the
threw you
pediatrician.
and the gyno. Okay.
No, but regardless of how amazing a pediatrician or a gynecologist is for you, even if they're good for you, that does not mean they're good for your trans kid. So find one that's good for your trans kid.
My gynecologist is awesome for my trans kid.
Okay, so who is the one rejecting the IUD?
The pediatrician. She reported it.
So, okay, it's like, so the gynecologist should be cool because your gynecologist should be able to do the IUDs.
Yeah, and she
as long as they're within
totally,
a reasonable age.
like, went to bat with me too with gender.
Yeah,
justice.
there you go.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
Cool.
it's like, so just
Cool.
If you need an IUD, go to a gynecologist, not to a peds,
Right.
because they won't do shit.
Yeah,
Peds won't do shit.
She threw me under the bus because my kid has a lot of other issues, like, and she didn't believe that it was legit, even though I would like show her the records from Mayo Clinic and stuff. She wouldn't believe it, so she tried to. She used the IUD, but then she threw a bunch of other stuff under there.
Yeah, no, just go straight to the.
Why the IUD? Why is the IUD problematic? Why
Because it
would
was
that
her second child, and she thought I was
not.
like messing with my kids' like gender, and because my oldest at
with
first.
the IUD? Do I totally misunderstand?
IUDs are not related
she
at
was
all
trying
to
to say that I
gender.
was putting gender thoughts into my child.
Oh my fucking god.
Because
But
both
the
my kids
IUD
went through that.
But the
Because-
IUD is recommended for anybody with a uterus above a certain age that could be
Right.
sexually active.
Yep. And my kid was anemic too, so like that's why we went the
Even
IUD.
better, as long as it's not a copper one. Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
See, I'm an idiot when it comes to medicine. Like I know jack shit nothing when it comes to being a doctor. And what you just said, Ben, was something that I was like, yeah, I feel like that's just the right medical care. Why would this be problematic? What the fuck is wrong with this person?
Right. And
But again,
No,
I have
what
no
is
medical
wrong with
training.
that person?
I have no medical training.
I knew my rights. I quoted right to the pediatrician on the phone. According to the American Academy of Pediatrics, the IUD is the #1 recommended choice for birth control.
Mm-hmm.
I quoted that to her,
Because
and
it does
and
not
I said, I
require
don't
accountability.
care. Then I said, I do not care if you think it's medically necessary or not. It is my child's right to have birth control of her choice without a necessity. And she said, well, I don't think we're a good fit anymore. I said, I don't either, and I will go find a new pediatrician.
Absolutely.
She said, have a nice. She
Yeah,
said, I wish
exactly.
you well. Have a nice day. The next day, she reported me to CPS.
Reporting, that's a shitty pediatrician.
That is,
And they also have a gender clinic there.
but
and
Which let me mention real quick how the American Academy, not to be confused with the American College of Pediatrics because they are a hate group, but the American Academy of Pediatrics is in favor of
Yes.
gender affirming care.
Right.
That is part of the standards.
And I
According to not only them, also according to the American College of Psychiatry and of
Hang on.
adolescent and child psychiatry.
Are you
and
saying
family medicine?
Are you saying that there is science that backs all of this up? Is that what you're saying? Are you saying that there's hold on.
And the fact that multiple colleges within medicine actually agree on something is a fucking miracle. So the fact that we have multiple of these colleges in favor of transgender healthcare,
how long
says
you're
a
saying,
lot.
You're saying like just recently.
secular rarity. You're getting
look
a
at how
glimpse.
many animal species
What?
have like are homosexuals or switch their sex. Like it's all in nature. Like how could you say that humans aren't affected by something we see in nature?
Homosexual behavior.
You're getting a glimpse here of what we need to go through, whether we're the individual trans people ourselves, or people who are advocating upon our behalf.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This has been an ongoing struggle. We have needed to educate our physicians at the at the grassroots level
Mm-hmm.
as to how to care for us.
Yeah.
Right.
Because it has been.
We've needed to drag the studies into our physicians' offices. Some of us are lucky.
Mm-hmm.
Some of us some of us have the capacity of being informed and can bring, tons of literature into our physician's office and hopefully convince them to treat us as human beings with medical needs.
I recommend anybody
But we've
to
had
read.
to fucking do it ourselves, and it really sucks.
Yeah.
If you're into science, read Evolution's Rainbow. There's so much, like, I don't know.
And I have to say,
I transitioned in 24 years ago, and it blows my mind that people have to do this now.
Yeah.
Hi, Sarah.
Yeah.
I transitioned
Al's up
42. I transitioned 42 years ago, and I'm shocked at how much worse it is for trans people today than it was in the very scary 70s.
Yeah. I'm
sure it's.
People were more accepting in the 70s.
Look, I'm a
No,
big
they
thing.
weren't.
I'll
No,
start soloing people.
Hold on. They absolutely were not more accepting.
I'm going to bring a little levity to this situation because that's what I do. I would like to point out that the velociraptor known as the big one in Jurassic Park is actually a transgender icon. They transitioned from a female velociraptor, which Dr. Roo forced them to be, to a male velociraptor so that they can make babies with the velociraptors.
Okay.
Hi, sorry. I just wanted everyone to know that the big one is a transgender icon.
I did not know this, but I love this. I did
They
not
did
know.
that with all the dinosaurs in that movie, though. That was the
Hell yeah.
explanation how they did it. Right?
Wow.
And homosexual behavior has been documented in more than 500 species, from insects to primates.
Did you know that clownfish are all males except for one female, and then when the female is no longer able to reproduce, one of the males turns into a female to be the.
There are several
That doesn't
species of
surprise me
fish
with
and a few
clownfish.
species of amphibians that can do that.
Yeah.
That's how the dinosaurs in Jurassic Park did it.
So
Sorry,
I know this is a little bit off topic, but help me out here.
Okay.
Because I have this book. I don't know if you've ever read it. It's
Is it
called
the Bible?
Well, I go by the correct pronunciation, which is Bible.
Bible.
But
Michael Bible.
it kind of says some other things. Are you telling me that this may not be like the modern scientific understanding?
SR, you missed the discussion about hell earlier. We had a topic on this.
I should have been.
Yeah, we did. Yeah. We did go through.
Yeah, we did.
Okay.
We did.
All right. Well, I won't take us. I won't drag us back to hell.
Well, I had a whole epiphany. I had a whole
no, please
epiphany.
do. No.
And I will rehash this for SR because I thought it was brilliant. But the fact that, like, if God, and I don't know if you heard this when you were a believer, but the idea that, like, God has a victory by saving all of these people for the kingdom, right? But then you look at history and you look at everything else in the book and you realize that the majority of people actually go to hell. So if God loses the majority, is that really a victory? Or does Satan win?
He's a really shitty player in the game that he invented.
In the Bible that there's like when the people are raptured, there's like
That he
peace on
invented
earth for, like,
specifically
7
so he
years,
can
and
win.
I'm like, is that because like the mega's gone, so now there's peace on earth?
God is
This
the
is like
worst.
the minority.
God's
So
the
if you
worst
take
dungeon master.
minority,
We've already
if
like
your
established this. He is
goal-
the worst DM.
Yeah, like if your goal in a game is to take the majority of pieces back with you, you've taken the minority of pieces, so that would mean that you lose the game, and that Satan has won the game.
I would think that
right?
Ben, you have to realize that God's playing is playing a different game than you. You're playing Dungeons and Dragons, and God is playing Dungeons and Drag Queens.
No, but the drag queens are coming with us, honey. Like the drag queens are on our side.
You know how many drag queens play D&D?
God
Like,
said no.
D&D has
God
always been
said
for
no
the
to the
gays.
cross-dressers. Like we will take them, drag queens.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
What about
people aren't
the
listening.
eunuchs or that got castrated so they could watch over?
We'll take them. Take them. We'll
People
take
aren't
them.
listening closely enough. It's pizza on Earth. Never mind peace on Earth. It's a debate over toppings.
Oh
God
my
can
gosh,
take
it's a
his minority
mistranslation.
because we're gonna have fun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he
Like
can take
they have,
and-
they will
and-
revel
and-
over their religious eternal worship ceremony of their narcissistic deity. Meanwhile, we're gonna have fun.
So yeah,
So,
he has
I
to
mean,
rapture the
take me
people
there.
that out off the earth so that the earth can be peaceful for the rest of us.
Right? Take
Really,
them.
he's
like,
not really
like,
taking them
you're
away
telling
'cause
me
they're good. He's
You're telling
taking-
me an eternity without the Christians?
Time
Like,
out,
and you're
though.
saying that's a threat.
I was going to point out, Catholics don't believe in the rapture, so we would still have Catholics.
Yeah, this is true. God damn it.
You know what?
But we could have the Catholics that mind
Kinda
their own
stuck.
business, like that.
Are the
Methodists
Mormons?
don't believe in the rapture either? So you know,
Are the
we
Mormons
got
going to
them
get taken
too.
up though? Like, are they?
No,
gone?
they're not.
Probably.
They just sort of keep on keeping
They're
on.
gonna
and
go in a
then-
spaceship. Have you not seen The Expanse? Like they're just
Damn
they're like, oh, everyone's raptured. Time to like build a spaceship and just have a space colony until we all become our own gods. Which, not gonna lie, that is kind of a cool mythology to use for Dungeons and Dragons. Like,
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
Mormon
yeah,
Dungeons
yeah,
and
it is.
Dragons,
Yeah, it
100%.
is.
Let's
That's-
do it.
That's cool.
Well,
like,
Definitely a more interesting afterlife than any other religion purportedly offers.
and then
Before life.
As
We
long
can't
as
ignore
long
the
as
before
you're
life.
yeah, as long as you're a cishet white guy.
I just want to
basically.
go
Right, right.
wherever
As
the
long as you
Basically,
get,
yeah.
but yeah,
Oh, there is that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There is that.
yeah, you do get your
Oh,
own
hi, Neil.
planet
Neil.
with like, yeah. He's
The thing
absolutely
is-
right. Always
Here
have
it
a
is.
towel.
Oh,
the thing
Jesus,
is that
Neil.
you have to play
Don't
the
forget
long
to
game
bring
for
a
that.
towel. Nice.
You have to play the long game for that. Like the long game is for to follow all of the rules of the Mormon Church to get your own planet to make your own rules.
It is
So
tough.
that's the long
Yeah.
game.
Yeah.
That's the
yeah.
long game, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
you can have the queerest planet that you want because you're the god and you get to make the rules. You just gotta follow these rules first. Like it's a
And-
step by step
and-
basis.
And you can also have all the chicks you want, so that's
mhm.
cool too, as
Mhm.
long as they're
I
sealed.
love titties, so I'm
Well, hang on,
Yeah,
hang on.
bring 'em.
Again, cishet white guy.
Sure.
That's
Oh,
you have
so
to. Yeah,
my
you have to
husband's
check off
gay.
those
Yeah.
boxes.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
got to check
Yeah,
off those
yeah.
boxes.
No, so people, if you have a uterus, your job is to eternally have spirit babies.
I don't
Right.
have
That is
Because
our-
that's
that is
valuable.
our
That's true.
That's
too.
that's
Need
an
a spirit
important
uterus for that,
quality
though.
and action in
Well,
the
and
spirit
even
realm.
if you're
to
going to get your own
eternally have
planet,
spirit babies.
you have to make the population for your planet, so you have to be prepared to impregnate all those white
Why would
women.
you-
Yeah,
why
so
would
you
you
gotta
want
have
that?
spirit babies.
Mhm.
Spirit
I don't have a
babies.
uterus.
Again, this is great for
I'm trying
Dungeons
to
and
get rid of
Dragons.
mine, but I got a little bit before I can
Indeed.
do that.
Hey, the Scientologists have some good stuff for that too. You want
You know,
want a
if
good
I had to pick
fantasy
between
story?
Mormonism and Scientology, I don't know. This is a hard one.
Yeah, there's some
SR, I
fun
sent
stuff
you a
out
note.
there. Oh, you're correct. I mean, buy both,
Uh,
yeah, because they charge you for that shit all the time.
But
That's the best part. They tell you nonsense, and then they're like, "Hey, by the way, you got $5 on you? Like, Jesus needs it." You're like, "The dead guy?
Yeah.
The dead guy needs it."
Yeah,
Neil?
well,
And honestly, Scientology was founded by a bad science fiction author.
Yeah.
It's not even good
Oh, yeah.
fiction.
Not even a good one.
Even SNL made us a spoof on Scientology.
I'd rather go to like a drag Sunday brunch than and give dollar bills to drag queens than go to.
I was about to say, I heard
Put
Drake,
dollar
and I was
bills
like,
on the
you don't want to go to anywhere with Drake with children.
Oh no, drag queen.
What?
That's the
Oh,
Midwestern
I bring my
accent
kids
right
to
there.
drag
you
all
can
the
tell.
time.
Sorry.
We go to drag brunch all the time. My kids.
No,
and
I miss her and Drake.
See, I get you. My whole.
Yeah.
Oh, I was born in Wisconsin. My whole family's from Wisconsin,
Okay.
so I get you.
Get the accent, yeah.
I get you.
Brunch.
The
Right,
dra-
yeah.
my mom, Okay, so I did theater with my mom for the longest time, where if you can imagine your mom being your director for a lot of the time that you were enacting, that's my experience. So she'd say things like drag and beg. I'm like, Mom, what are you saying? Like, that's not a word. And it's really funny because my mom is like the biggest grammar Nazi you'll ever meet. And so she'll be like correcting your grammar on the stuff, and then she'll say big. I'm like,
Big.
Yeah.
I know what
I'm
big
from
is.
Duluth, Minnesota, and when I lived in Texas, I had to ship something to Canada, and I was like, how do I do this? They're like, don't you know like how to ship to
Don't you
Canada?
know?
Because they thought I was from
Don't
Canada.
you know?
I was like, no, I'm from Minnesota. Like,
Well, I'm not too far. I'm about maybe a 2-hour drive in any direction from just every single person you talk to will sound like this, man. Every single one of them, man.
Well, I have
Oh
the
no, I'm
same
from the
thing.
South, but yeah,
This is
I'm
very
not far
boom
from
hour.
people that are
See,
just
Rob,
unintelligible.
Yeah. I was
Rob and
away
I are
for more
from
than
the
10
state that will
years, so I
will
lost
not
it.
pronounce T's. So there you go.
No, we will.
I
They're
was
just
away
usually
for 10
glottal
years,
stops.
so I
Yeah,
pretty
it's
much lost
exactly.
it. But when I first moved to New York, I had the full Minnesota accent, and everyone there thought I was Canadian.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna get started on Cajun accents. So
yeah. You know what I'm talking about. You know it.
listen, and it varies. The closer you get to the Gulf, okay, like the further north you go, the more twang you get. So I'm kind of at like those outskirts, so it's coming out right now. So I have a little twang, but there's a little French in the twang, right? Now when you get down, like we like to call them deep water Cajuns, when you get to the Gulf, like the swamp people Cajuns, it's like, oh no, bud. Just speak French so I can understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I lived in Texas for 5 years. That was enough.
So
I try to.
it's Louisiana's a completely different.
And I had to like.
I was in Texas for 2 days. That was enough.
That was enough. Like so I work at Starbucks like while I'm going to school, and I hate being called ma'am. And
yeah.
I'm like, ugh. I have a they them pin. Stop calling, like, and I finally like even my coworkers. I'm like, my name is Sadie. We work for Starbucks, a progressive company. Stop calling me ma'am. Like,
Yeah. So it was actually interesting when I lived in Texas. I lived in Texas for about 6 years to get my undergrad, and I lived in Austin, so it was definitely a little different. And when I first moved, I ended up moving for cheap rent in places where there were more brown people than there were white people. I was just called mama by everyone. And I had to learn that is perfectly, you know what? I didn't mind it. I really honestly didn't mind
being, I wouldn't mind calling mama, but like, don't call me ma'am. Like,
yeah, no, I still don't like being called ma'am. Like, I'm 36 years old. Do not call me ma'am. Do I look like a ma'am to you?
No.
No. What?
No, you do
I
not.
can be your mama.
The one that always was a problem for me
starting to kick in
was women from the South who I didn't know, just casual interactions would call me love.
Mm-hmm.
And
boo.
Yeah, that was really uncomfortable
Sweetie.
for me. I ran into that a lot in New York with women who had moved there from the South.
Oh, bless your heart. Bless your heart. Let me tell you.
Insert purple like that. Do not insert
So I'm
like
curious.
I love you, Purple. I love you,
I don't know
Purple.
Up here, the term is dear.
For all the
How you
people
doing today, dear?
for all the people who
fine,
think that
thank
they
you.
know, for all of the people who think that they know who is trans and who is not, one of these days, especially once I start getting some more facial hair and shit, like I want to play a game with the GCs and see if they label me, because I've had people recently think that I was transitioning the other way.
Cool.
See if they can really tell, if they can tell that I'm trans, and if let's say I were to wear some feminine clothing, who would tell that I'm a trans man, and who would tell that I was a man dressed as a woman, and who would think that I'm actually a woman? I am curious.
They honestly can't.
I'd love to see you in
They
a
can't.
skirt.
They can't tell. They can't.
One of the
Especially if
greatest
I'm wearing my
things that happened
packer.
to me-
If I'm wearing a packer, if I'm dressed the way that I like, if I look the way that I do today, I doubt they could tell that I was a trans
They
guy.
can't tell. They can't tell.
One of the greatest
Mhm.
things that happened to me with coming out, was when the word kind of spread around the community. It got back that, one of my friends had told some people, and one of the guys, when she said I was transitioning, he said, "Which way?" And this is somebody I had been live streaming with about once a month for 2 years, and at that point had no clue which gender I was to begin with.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's just-
quite honestly,
They
like
can't
Purple,
tell.
I've
They
only
can't
joined in the past few months, and
feel
I
it.
would not have been able to tell had I not met you.
It really just is it's a projection of the insecurity that they feel. And it's so funny to me so many times. Like, again, Tennessee. So some real, woo, drive our trucks, America, we're men, type people around me. And I just remember one day I was over at my buddy's place, and his roommate called him. It was like 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and his roommate called him, and the whole call was basically this. It was basically, "Hey man, what you up to?" "Oh, nothing much, man. Just sitting here with Ellie, is watching some shit." "Oh, you getting something from Taco Bell?" "Yeah, man. Pick me up a number 4. That'd be great, man." "Yeah, all right, man. I'll see you in about 5 minutes." And he hung up, and I looked over at him because he's one of these type of people, man. And I said to him, I was like, "Hey, that's a pretty cute relationship y'all got going on, man." And he, I don't know what you talk about, man. He always brings me lunch on Thursdays, man. He just gets off early, man. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I'm like, no, of course not, man. Of course
There's
not.
nothing wrong with it. It's
Of course not.
cute.
But
There's
just think
nothing
about
wrong with being cute.
think about your insecurity for 5 seconds when you find out, because again, this is a guy who watched 2 men kiss each other goodbye at a bar, just like any couple. Just hey, okay, I'll see you. I'll be back at like 8 o'clock. Have a good one, and was just like the whole rest of the night, couldn't let it go. And so that moment right there, again, normally I don't like to make fun of people, but at the same time, like too hard, but at the same time, that just felt like a perfect moment to just be like, "Hey man, look, you see how stupid this is, that you're upset, that you care about this with other people, because somebody else that's also just being a toxic asshole could look at this situation and try to belittle you and demean you. And there's literally nothing wrong with either of these situations. It's just that you've internalized this hatred, and you're scared. You're scared if for some reason you embrace this, you step out of the normal world that you've lived in, you might find like, oh my God, it's okay. It's okay. Like, it doesn't matter, man. You're not going to suddenly like stop enjoying the things you enjoy or love who you love, or nothing's going to change,
SR?
man.
SR, did you give me a kiss right after that?
Oh,
I'll tell you what. And that's the thing. I honestly do not
OnlyFans,
understand.
Jenny.
I don't understand. I don't understand that fear. I can't get it. I try, but I try to find that empathy, but for me, it's really hard. But on the other hand, I try really hard to understand that fear, because that's what lets me get by. In negotiating my own life, it's like, as a trans person, it's like, if when someone confronts me, explain yourself, and it's really difficult in the realm I occupy. I would say I have very, very little difficulty. It's so much easier passing. It's so much easier passing. But if you're going to be out and try to be an advocate for trans people, it's so much easier passing. But damn it, it just sucks when people bring it. You know, when people bring that bigotry, and it's not. The bigotry doesn't come in drips. It comes in a fire hose. It's really fucking hard to, you know, as I say, it's so much easier being stealth because you don't have to deal with that. You're just you, and you're just like, you know, you're just
and I want to clarify for the cishet community, like for people who don't understand what it's like to be trans, like the appeal of blending in and just being assumed to be the gender that you are, like that appeal is like nothing else. Like even if I were to be the greatest advocate in the world for trans people, like the one thing that I want is to I just want to exist as a man in the same way that any other man exists as a man. And a lot of times the way that is done is by going stealth, is by not letting people know that I'm trans. And I've done that for several months. Like I don't even tell people that I'm trans because the risk of advocacy is far greater than the benefit that I get from just existing. And like people don't get it. Like we're not looking to make a statement. I'm not looking to be a trans advocate. I am just looking to exist in the same space.
You need people that are allies to help you do that.
I just want people to not care about other people, so I don't have to care about, like, I don't want to care about being trans. I don't want to.
I don't want people to. I don't want people to care, and you know, as personally difficult as it is, I had a friend, you know, going back and forth saying, "Oh, well, this person that I know saw you at the race committee social gathering, and this person told her that I helped him accept the fact that his daughter," and I'm using gender congruent terms, was trans, because I was featured on the U.S. Sailing website, you know, saw my interview on the U.S. Sailing website with regard to trans day of visibility, and that makes me feel good.
Hell yeah!
But it's still hard.
Yeah, and I think for me
to be able to do that,
exactly what you said and exactly what Ben was saying about literally just having to, on a day-to-day basis, fight constantly for the ability to just be in the background, to just not be paid attention to and focused on and harshly criticized and criminalized and yelled at and beaten and all of the terrible fucking nonsense that occurs. And that for me is one of the biggest hurdles when it comes to not understanding and fully recognizing those in the non-religious communities. In a religious, if somebody walks up to me and said, a ghost came to me 20 years ago and said, hate trans people, I'd be like, that's a really stupid fucking argument, and I am going to argue with that forever. But I know too many people that basically have the same thing. They just back it up with a bigger book. And like, okay. So in that sense, it's like, okay, you have a toxic ideology there. But for all of those that are not in those communities, that are on the skeptic, that are on the, you know, scientific minded, that are there, anybody that's in that space that could hear that description of what it's like to be a human being in the United States.
Yeah.
And still somehow come to the other side and say, I just disagree. That doesn't make any sense to me. I really, I don't. That is such a big disconnect for me, because I don't know what you could possibly stand on. Again, like, it's not. I remember the first time I heard it was Katie Montgomery and Krista, I think, the XX Factor. I loved that show. That was a great show.
That was a good show. Yeah.
And I think it was one of those episodes, the first time I heard Katie Montgomery say something about how the IOC has had policies and procedures in place for trans athletes for like 20 plus years.
2003.
No,
I mean
2006 actually.
Okay. So about 20 years though. Still a decade and a half. Like imagine someone coming up to you and just being like, "Hey, actually, we figured this out like a decade and a half ago, pretty much." Sorry, you missed that.
For me too. That's really my biggest goal at this point, is to be able to go grocery shopping in a dress without somebody giving me a second look. You know, that's what I want to achieve.
Or love that for you. And I've said this on multiple shows now. I will say it every single fucking time. Like the jealousy over other people doing what's best for them needs to stop.
Yeah.
Like the fact that these other people, Purple, Jenny, Stephanie, the fact that they benefit and they enjoy being a woman, that is fine. Like, I don't need to be jealous of the fact that they like things that I don't like. That is fine. Why do I need to be mad at them because they're benefiting from something that I didn't benefit from?
Yeah,
like,
I found it kind of humorous with you
like,
and
I'm
Beck going
benefiting
in the opposite direction.
Yeah, like, I'm benefiting in a way from things that they didn't benefit from. Like, I found that from my own personal perspective, like, I found that to be empowering, because it says that this is something valid. This is something that certain people get enjoyment out of. Certain people like these things, and they're allowed to. That's fine. That's great. I want them to have them.
Yeah.
Like, just because I personally don't benefit from those things does not mean that they cannot benefit from the things that I didn't want. Like, I'll take the things that I want, but like, it's more empowering to see femininity being enjoyed by people than to be hated by people like me or by like cishet men or whoever. Like, why can't you be okay with the fact that people don't exist in the same way that you do all of the time?
We should all be cool with each other. I don't understand why it gets
like
weird.
Yeah, like I don't have to understand. I don't understand trans women, and trans women will never understand me. And we have a mutual understanding. Well, we understand the emotions, we understand the experience, but we don't understand why the other person could like certain aspects of an identity. But that's fine. That's fine.
I think you know, I think gender is weird.
I
think gender is weird.
Okay,
I think gender is weird, and gender identity is weird. It's really hard for either you or I to explain why this is. Why should I? Why is it that?
Well, yeah.
Well,
but
Ben,
I think
and I think that it's really, if it's difficult for you and I, it's difficult. It's even more difficult for cis people to have even the fucking
I need to pull up the meme.
vaguest notion as to the issues that we've had to deal with in coming to terms with the weirdness of this.
Well, Purple shares. I need to share a picture that undoubtedly the trans people have seen before.
I think the great thing is, Ben, that this is something you're choosing to be a man, and that's great for you. You're making that choice. For me, it was a role I was forced to play for 50 years when I never understood what was expected of me.
Well, I feel the same way in the opposite direction.
Exactly. I get it. That's
so
why
I think
I get it.
Yeah, so it's like I think trans people, no matter what direction you're transitioning, I think we all can empathize with each other and understand that you were raised in an environment that's unfamiliar to you. And I think that like we can accept that other people are not like us all of the time.
Yeah.
And I think that's so hard. I don't know why that's so hard for cishet people to grasp, that like not everybody has your same experience of the world, and it's okay. Your experience is not the only one that exists, but it's okay.
Well, it's like some people would prefer playing football. I would prefer sewing. It's not a problem that we want different things.
I have to interject. I've been listening a long time here, and an old veteran here has got to say something. There's actually many points that I would like to make, but I'm going to start with this one. Cis people think they live in a binary. They think there's male and they think there's female. I have never met a man who was devoid of any somewhat feministic characteristics or behaviors or expressions of themselves in their life.
Yeah.
Same with women. I've never seen a woman who was ultimately perfectly feminine, and it's based on this concept that we have for, or how we define gender. Gender is roles. Is basically is how we define it. And if you take a look at a typical man, you might find a guy who cooks. Okay, well, that doesn't fit the binary now, does it? Or in some cases, well, in this case, it's the stereotype too. And you might get a woman who's really happy mowing the lawn and maybe even fixing the lawnmower. And so they think they live in a binary world, but they don't, and neither do we. Okay,
right.
That we'll come into what we're doing, and we'll try to, or think that we're going to become a binary person, and we aren't. We aren't at all. People in our community cast aspersions on each other because, well, that person's not, they think they're binary, or how can you say that binary is the way you got to be? That's wrong. It's being non-binary. That's the word. It's this weirdness because everybody is trying to create this this existence of either being non-binary or being binary, and they're using the stiff stereotypic binary to define themselves, but then at the same time trying to demand that it doesn't exist.
Right? It's absolutely ridiculous. Like the people I know, like Phoebe. Anyone know, I'm sure everyone here knows Phoebe for the most part. Yeah. Phoebe is super feminine, trans woman, and will be in conversations with me about like cars and racing and sports and like all the stuff that is stereotypically masculine, but she is a very feminine woman. Like you can exist as whatever gender you are and have aspects of something that is stereotypically not your gender, because surprise, stereotypes are just like a tiny picture of reality. They're not the whole thing. And it's okay to not fit the entirety of a stereotype. But it's funny that society kind of demands a certain stereotype to exist. I gotta share this picture. I don't know how blurry it's gonna be because it's very small, but
like, I'm sure that my sister has never once questioned the idea that she is a woman. It's never entered her mind. But at the same time, she was on the U of M hockey team.
You know,
So this-
I have there's look at my avatar. I'm gonna mute myself. Look at my avatar. I'm a professional sailor. That's what I do for a living. I'll mute myself and you can look at my avatar.
You don't have to mute yourself. Just stop the camera.
Yeah, just turn the camera off. Yeah. You were on a magazine cover, weren't you?
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's me. That's what I do. I sail. I race sailboats. No, it's not.
I find that there are lots and lots of cis people that are very, very willing and ready to accept us as just regular human beings, and as we present, whatever that may be. I spent, you know, a lot of you already know this, but Sadie does not know this. I mentioned before I transitioned 42 years ago. For all those years, I was in the business of running a BMW repair shop. Okay. And I had this very androgynous existence in terms of my appearance. And, you know, I had hundreds and hundreds of customers, and some knew that I was trans and some didn't. And nobody cared. None of them. The ones who did know, they'd never told trans jokes or anything like that. It wasn't even a topic of discussion. It was just who I was. And so I try to hold my faith in what ultimately can become of us in society, away from the insanity of the right. That there's no reason we can't just live these very regular, normal lives where people just don't look at us exceptionally, that we're just ourselves.
I have some interesting thoughts on maybe like why, just kind of like why that might have changed in the past couple of decades, climate wise, for, you know, people who transitioned in, you know, the 80s and the 70s and the 60s and stuff like that. Like, it is so much harder to be awful to people in person than on the internet. Like, it's so much more awful, right? Like, it's so much more harder. Sorry, that THC she hitting. And the thing is that because we have this, you know, for the past like 30, 25 years or whatever, basically the most past decade or so, the prevalence of social media has made people braver because you're able to not see your opposition as human because you're not talking to them, you're talking to a screen. And it's really easy to translate that now from the internet to real life.
Well, that's like, certainly a big part of it.
Yeah.
But, you know, and a lot of it gets blamed on Trump, but Trump was kind of what the Republicans were waiting for. But they started way before that with, you know, trying to make us as divisive as possible and trying to normalize the bigotry and hate. You know, Trump just brought it to the point that it was okay for them to do it openly.
It was
he
definitely
popped the cork on the bottle.
Yeah.
They definitely started it. I'm an elder millennial, so my voting history and just the history of voting kind of starts with what people tell me about Reagan, then Clinton. I definitely started seeing the most divisive this country has ever been was during Obama's first run. Like that's when I felt that it really started.
Yes.
And like, you know, we had and then because I just even remember I have people who were Democrats that wouldn't vote for Obama. They wanted Hillary to win. They wanted Hillary to win when she was running against him, and didn't want to vote Obama, and it was a racism thing. And then that was like the start of it, and then of course abortion rights with other people. But yeah, I feel like that's when it really started. The divisiveness,
You're right.
in my opinion.
And I think it is. So my my grandfather just happened to be an historian, a very prominent one in his area. And I'm Southern through and through. Very proud of that, y'all. But at the same time,
bitches, let's go. Let's get them biscuits and gravy. Let's go.
I remember as a young buck sitting on my grandfather's knee as he told me about history. And one of the things he told me, he said, Elliot, a lot of people will tell you that the Civil War was about states' rights. And I go, okay. And he said, what did the states want the right to do? I think that's really important for you to know about. And yeah, I think it is.
It's a big old myth that they like to tote in the South for sure.
And it's really worth remembering where the aggression is coming from. Because I think when you point back to 2008 in this country, yes. The problem is I've heard some real hardcore right wing rhetoric that mirrors that. The funny difference is I think they might answer this question differently. If I asked you, Rosie, where you think that divisive attitude was coming from? No, I'm just gonna mention that there was a prominent senator at the time who literally the first week of Obama being inaugurated into office sent out a mass email on the government email address that technically called Obama a monkey. So I'm just going to remind you of that before I ask you the question. Not tainting anything, not trying to poison any well.
It was 100% racism. It was 100% racism.
Oh, yeah.
It was 100% racism. And like, you have to talk about all of the isms in the political climate and like where it starts, because one leads to the other. It was 100% racism because, and that was when I kind of started to realize that racism, there is a personal aspect to it, but when it really is a systematic aspect, because I'm really high right now, so I need to get my thoughts together.
Well,
oh, daddy, we're high. So it straight up, like from my personal experience with my own family members, it was racism because we were Democratic Catholics, right? In Louisiana, which again, the enemy of evangelical Christian rights, right? Like, they don't want us, but they were able to distill fear into people because the right was, because promoting equality for the quote, God, I hate to fucking say it like that, for different people that you view as lesser means that they're going to treat you the same, that they're going to treat you as lesser, kind of thing. And it's we're seeing it in queer rights and in trans rights right now, is that if we are given any level of equity, or power, is that we will seek out revenge, because that is what their mindset is at. That is where the colonizer mindset is at. I'm just straight up just saying the colonizer mindset is at.
Yeah, the best line I've heard from that is that when you're used to privilege, equality feels like oppression.
Yeah. And the other kind of thing that, you know, when we look at queer rights, and the people trying to take away trans rights and things like that, and yes, we know that the science is on our side. Like, the science is on our side. I had said it earlier, kind of like in chat before I came in here, but I just kind of started to realize science can't beat a sin war. If people also believe that it is a crime against their God and the slightest amount of support sends them to hell, that's like the other thing. It's like, Like, how are you supposed to
Yeah.
reason with that?
Which is why religion is a problem.
Yeah.
It is a problem. It's 100%
Well,
a
a
problem.
huge problem.
Yeah.
It's why
I
we're
do
at
want
an
to-
impasse, because we're
one
arguing
of the
logic
reasons,
and
yeah.
reason
Yeah.
against emotion.
Yeah.
And you're just at an impasse there. There's no way either side is going to make ground.
Which is why
Hey,
you
guys.
see more people change their mind. What's up?
Ollie's gotta leave.
I might interrupt
Bye,
and
Ollie.
say goodnight. It's like
good
1:30
night,
in the
Ollie.
morning
It's
out
good
here
to
on the
have
East
you.
Coast. We'll
You have a
talk to you
good
all
night.
later.
Bye, Ollie. And it's why you see more people change their minds when something personally affects them. Because now they suddenly have empathy. Now they have to look at their own emotions and their own biases,
Yeah.
kind of thing. And like, people criticize for that, but at the current climate, that is our only tool that we have that works right now.
Well, people don't
is the
even
personal
look at the
experience.
question
Yeah.
until it affects a member of their family.
Yeah, exactly. Or even just themselves.
Tell that to
And
my
I'm-
transphobic family. Can
I'm
y'all
guilty of
be
that
like,
myself.
hey?
I
And
won't.
I tried. I tried that with my transphobic family. They
Yeah.
won't. They won't listen. But
I
that's a
will.
whole
I will
separate
say.
issue.
I hope that whether or not the leaked draft decision, whether or not that goes through in the legal ramifications that it has, they may change a few words, but if the fucking legal result is the same, it doesn't matter what the fucking words are.
Mhm.
But whether or not that goes through, I hope that what this does is it really sparks a lot of people to say, look, there are some really important things that matter. And one of the biggest reasons that a fucking fourth of the United States, a fourth of the voters, y'all, seriously, like maximum 25% of our voters agree with some of these absolutely Christo-fascist nonsense bills that are getting passed. And the reason that they are able to do that is because they walk into town hall meetings and they ask one fucking question. They say, do you support X? And if the person says no, they don't shut the fuck up about it. And if there's one tactic we can learn, that is what we need to learn. We need to walk in there and we need to say to the person that's running for office, hey, do you support the right for an individual to be able to make medical decisions about their own fucking body?
Yep.
Period. End of sentence.
Yep.
If you stand there for 10 minutes and try to describe to me, well, etymologically speaking, and if
Just say no.
I don't fucking care.
Don't
Also,
fucking
can
care.
I
It's a
address
yes or no
Ox's
question.
point?
Yes.
Can I address Ox real quick? Because I live in the state of Arizona, and this is hilarious to me because so the state of Arizona, we did a thing. Well, and I'm saying we colloquially because I'm actually a resident of Colorado. I'm not a resident of Arizona. But so they did this thing where they like pushed natives onto reservations, right? And then they forgot that they existed. And then these elections happened. And then the people in the cities were like, well, why isn't everybody conservative? And the fact is, like the people in the cities who were largely white were like, well, our opinion is the only one that matters. And then they forgot about all the people that they shoved onto the reservations who also have votes. And now it's biting them in the ass. And I love it because they're like, yeah, we oppress these people. And now the oppressed people are getting back at them. And I love it. Keep
And
it up.
that's why one of the Republicans' big targets is to make it impossible for people living on reservations to vote.
Not just reservations.
No, it's true. True. No, the reason why
you want to start about gerrymandering? We can.
Yeah, well, the reason why Arizona flipped, it was not because of the white people.
Nope.
It was absolutely not because of the white people.
Nope. It's the Navajo and Hopi Nation.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, and I mean, the right to vote is our most powerful right, which is why, despite not living in the States, I make sure I fucking vote for everything in my home state, because that's where I'm legally registered, is in Louisiana. So I it's like, yep, send me an absentee voting for everything, because I care about my family and the people who live there, so I'm going to vote, right? Speaking of, I don't know if y'all know your geography really well, did you know that the city of Baton Rouge, which is the capital of New Orleans, is in the same the capital of the capital of Louisiana is in the same voting district as New Orleans. They are, what, 100 miles apart from each other? Because they have gerrymandered it across I-10 to make sure that, like, the two most liberal cities in that state get the same representation. And that is, I think, one of the core first problems in our country for Americans that needs to be fixed to get votes, to get real representation. That, and make DC a state and make Puerto Rico a state. But
absolutely,
yeah. And again, when you just simply, guys, folks, believe me, I am not telling you that you can get a fucking degree by just reading some very basic Google searches, but when an argument is presented to you with such fucking confidence, and trust me, there are so many I can think of right now. When an argument is presented to you with such confidence, where the person says, there's no way you could refute this, and you simply type a question into Google and every single answer is from an academic source, like, no, everybody fucking knows water, H2O. Like, nobody's confused about this anymore. Why are you Googling this? Are you sure you're okay? Is this all right? Like, that's, you should absolutely just laugh at those claims. And that's so many of the claims that we have. Somebody saying the other day about how 8.5 month abortions are just common practice in places across the United States.
Who the fuck carries a child or a baby or a fetus for 8.5 months to decide, you know what, never mind, right?
It's just like, again, I mean,
yeah, it's just like, okay, we're going to put you over here with the flat earthers and get on with the adult discussion.
Yeah. Again, another one. It's just how, and the answer with all of these is that people really are not, they're not interested in learning. No. A lot of these people are not interested in, I think one of the best things ever was, gosh, I don't remember which southern state it was, but a few years ago had passed a bill regarding, like, the day after pill and contraception in general. And, like, they asked one of the lawmakers that, like, wrote the bill, and they were like, so at what point in a pregnancy is it an abortion? And he was like,
20 weeks.
Well, but hang on, Ben.
20 weeks.
Because see, here's the thing, is that I'm not medically trained in that field. These were literally his words on a local TV station, live on air. They watched him come out of the court of the Capitol building, and they said, so what point is it an abortion? And he's like, I don't know. Doctors do. But
20 weeks.
I know that it's not okay. I know that it's just,
and it is not necessarily.
We should criminalize
necessarily spontaneous or non-spontaneous.
Yeah. Had absolutely no idea the 14, 15 some odd page bill he had just actively fought for and spent tens of thousands of dollars getting pushed through. Did not know the basic concept, and still at the end of that was like, but it shouldn't be allowed.
This is all very well and good, but at the end of the day, when the governor of the state of Utah writes an opinion vetoing the bill forbidding trans girls from competing in sport and saying, look, this is fucking ridiculous. You're talking about one girl. I've looked into this issue. You're talking about one child. And you all are bringing this issue to my desk about one kid. I think maybe you might be thinking way outside the box. In fact, you may be thinking on Pluto. And yet that, and that state legislature overrides the governor's veto. I think you really fucking need to examine what the hell is going on here, because what is going on here is the realization of propaganda to scare people to death.
Yep.
Yeah, 100%.
And at the expense of one kid.
Yeah.
And
the governor of Utah understood the assignment. Let's just.
No, the governor's veto understood the assignment, but the legislature's got no idea.
No.
And there's this huge momentum against people like me, people like Ben. There's a huge push that's not really directed against people like me or people like Ben, but we're at the tip of the spear. We're
easy to attack.
We get fucked. We get fucked. And y'all can sit there and say, well, gee, too bad about those guys that are getting fucked. And y'all don't do anything about it. And you all don't do it. We've been telling you, the trans community has been telling you since at least the middle of the aughts that what's coming is going to take away bodily autonomy, women's rights, everything. We've been telling you over and over and over again. You fucking idiots didn't even listen. Because we've been at the tip of the spear. We've been at the tip of the spear, and we've been screaming it at the top of our lungs.
Well, apparently the only thing that I want, as someone who has been assigned female, who has a uterus, the only thing I could ever want is a penis.
Oh, I just thought you just wanted to be a slut and kill babies.
That too.
That's me, not you, Ben.
I thought you just wanted to get into women's bathrooms.
Yeah.
Oh, well, but I don't even. It's funny. It's so funny because on that point, I don't even want to be.
Too.
I'm leaving women's bathrooms. That point by them is so hilarious.
You just want to send.
If they
have
their way. If they have their way, you got people like me and Beck invading women's bathrooms, as if we want any business there at all. But it's so funny. It's so funny to me.
Yeah, but logic is not coherent. Go ahead, Jenny.
First of all, I absolutely back up 1,000% what Stephanie was saying. We have been telling for a long time.
Yeah.
My personal history shows that we have been trying to make people wake up since about 1980, 81, 82.
Yeah, that's true.
When Reagan won office, and started naming all these people that everybody had questions about. Well, where's that guy? Where's that guy from? Where's that guy from? And we started investigating and stuff. we found pages and pages of these guys who are all theocrats. Okay, and that their only desire in life was to turn America into a theocracy. Okay, and we also were able to read some of the platforms, and there were internal memos and stuff like this, and little things people like Newt Gingrich and stuff would say, flippantly to the press or something about that we have a 30-year plan going, 30, 40, whatever year plan going, and we're willing to take the long march and to do it and take it however long we got. We're going to get in school board people. We're going to get in city councilmen. We're going to get in state representatives. We're going to get governors in. And by the time we get to that point, we're going to be having presidents. We're going to start naming conservative and theocratic judges, and we're going to own this country in the next millennium. One party rule, as what's his name, Carl from Bush. Yes, Carl Rove. He has said that many times in the news. One party rule, one party rule. Well, what the fuck do people think they meant? This is what they meant. And if we don't win in 2022, if we don't flip the Senate, we are absolutely fucked as a nation. The democracy that we all know is gone. The rights that we all know are gone, and we only have ourselves to blame.
I commend you to a tweet if you're not following Bryn Tannehill on Twitter, you really should. BRYNN Tannehill. You should follow her because she spells it out. We could be incredibly fucked for ages if we don't pick up 2 seats in the Senate, if we don't hold the House. Right now, we're fucked. As much as disappointed as I am with Democratic positions, if we don't keep the Republicans out of power, we in 2022 we are fucked in this country.
We all need to
for a long time.
We need to stop being kind and gentle Democrats. It is time for us to take off the gloves, get down and dirty, and just as repulsive as the Republicans are, or we are not going to win. There's the mass of people out there want to see that sort of disgusting behavior. That's what they think is strength. That's what they think is going to accomplish things. That's what they think is going to keep America free and liberty and all that crap. Okay, if we don't, we're just going to be these mamby-pamby politicians that don't do anything because they're not tough enough to stand up and say, "Fuck you."
Yeah,
just fuck you.
And I think the one fucking thing we learn from people like the NRA is we walk in and we ask the candidates a simple question: do you support trans rights? And if the answer isn't just yes, I don't need to hear the rest of what you have to say. I don't. You're not getting my vote, and I'm going to fight against you, and I'm going to support the person who says yes.
Oh, okay. So here's a perfect example of that. There was a hearing in the House. The Secretary of Health and Human Services was appearing before a committee, and Lauren Boebert asked this guy to define who's a woman. The guy's answer was, the Secretary of Health and Human Services was asked, actually, the question was, can a man get pregnant?
Uh-huh.
And the answer from the Secretary of Health and Human Services was equivocating at best. And what I want to see from a Democrat is, yes, a man can get pregnant. That's what I want to hear. And I didn't hear that. And that is fucking disappointing to me.
I am a man who can get pregnant.
Well,
yeah, no
I
shit.
am one of them.
You know why he didn't say that?
Yes, I do. And I think it's fucking
sad,
disgusting.
But like, you know, perceptions are unfortunately important. And
perceptions are important, and that's why I'm saying that's why it's disgusting.
And going back to another point. Oh, Rob, go ahead.
Perception's why he did it. You know, if he had said yes, then you know the vast swaths of the country who have no idea what the fuck any of this means would have raked him over the coals, and he probably would have completely lost his job.
I don't
care.
Imagine
being raked over the coals for something that isn't in your control.
Yeah, I mean,
for like all of us in the trans community, that's like a
and it is
regular thing.
Disappointing. And
no, he could have said, yes, a man can get pregnant, and here's why.
I would say that there's a very strong likelihood that they had no idea how to answer that question because they haven't taken the time to learn transgender science to the state of science that we have today. They really couldn't say that because they don't know. Okay, same with the congressperson. I forget who it was asked that same question, and they said, no, I can't. Okay, well, if he had been schooled in the actual science, he would have been able to answer it. But he just didn't know. He just didn't know.
Yeah.
And we bitch about having to teach everybody. Well, fine. That's our responsibility then. If we want people to understand us, then we got to do the teaching because it sure ain't a bunch of cis people out there going to do it.
Yep.
Yeah. I was gonna say something I don't quite. Oh no. I was gonna say I remember what it is now. I've only had a little bit of alcohol tonight. It's fine. We're fine.
Y'all hearing an echo?
Well, back to the point of like recognizing people as the gender that they are. To an extent, like I enjoy being able to play with my gender expression, like as separate from my gender identity. And like if I were, let's say, I were to wear a dress in public, I personally would love the experience of being able to wear a dress and be recognized as a man wearing a dress. That is something for me is awesome. Like, because I'm a man, and so me wearing a dress is, in fact, a man wearing a dress. That's awesome. And for many queer men, that is similar in experience. It's interesting, like these gender lines and how people are needing them to be so incredibly binary with your expression and your identity. But like thinking back to my own experience, like I was in high school, I was a varsity cheerleader. Like I enjoyed it. It was a fun sport. I liked performing in a way that was also athletic. But there was another person who was male who was also a cheerleader, and I envied him because he got to be male and do the same things.
And can I just offer one sentence of side note? When you said you were a cheerleader, I wasn't thinking anything about it. And when you just said there was this guy, I had shook my head and I said, "Oh yeah, Ben wasn't a guy." And I couldn't imagine you.
Yeah, no, it was weird because I thought I was a woman. I thought I was at the time.
Oh boy,
well, but it's like, and taking something for people who aren't trans, trying to understand the experience. Like when I was trying to figure this out, there's a lot of, because it's not about separating necessarily what defines a man or what defines a woman, because then you get into some weird stereotype territory that's not accurate.
That's
like, for me, it was simple things that were the same. They did the same thing. It was just their identity was different. Like in the male cheerleader versus the female cheerleader, they did the same job, but one was a man and one was a woman. Like, super simple. It's like, but one, even doing the same exact thing, like, one appealed to me and one didn't.
Yeah.
Like, that's what we're talking about.
Indeed.
Yeah.
It is what we're talking about.
I consider myself a privileged trans woman. I'm able to pass with relative ease. I didn't used to, but I can now. I because of how long I've been at it, and just over time, it just gets better and better. And I should say that when I'm in the general public, I have a different voice, also, but it's difficult and painful. And so when I'm with friends like this, I just let it go. Anyway, and passing is something that really, really makes a huge difference in your life. Back in the days when I didn't pass, I had to worry everywhere I went, all the time I went, that somebody was going to read me and give me trouble, and they did many times, and it hurt. It was scary, and you really didn't know what your life was going to be like in the next 5 minutes, because some people started getting really nasty. Now today I'm living in this red county in southeastern Minnesota. And I pass, and I can joke around with these farmers and stuff who are all these sick, dyed-in-the-wool Trumpians, and they don't know. And some of them have even flirted with me and hit on me and stuff like that. And it's like, okay, you're 80 years old, forget it. You're just too old.
I thought they could always tell. That's what I've always.
I'm sorry. I have to do the complete humor of this. That you are just like, it's not that there are a gross Trump supporting white dude. It's because they're 80.
Well, I'm
just the absolute. I'm here for it, Queen. Do it.
Rosie, I'm 67, and if you look at my avatar, I don't look it.
Oh yeah, fair.
So when I get the guy hitting on me who's 80 years old,
Honey, I've got you beat by 1 year. So there you go.
Yeah, yep. Stephanie is my mentor.
See, I have an excuse for any time. It hasn't happened to me yet, but I'm waiting for the time when someone asks me why I'm so short and why I don't have facial hair. My answer is low testosterone, which is not wrong.
Truth.
It's not wrong.
Truth.
So
would
it's
you
fun.
like some
I
of
can
my
use it.
PCOS testosterone and some of my beard?
I would take it. I was wanting PCOS for the longest time because it gave excess testosterone.
Yeah.
But actually, it came up on my peds rotation when, there was a time when there was a child who was small for their age, and it was a great time for me to be like, yes, I was also small for my age, which is true. Absolutely 100% true. Because I'm a small human. I've always been a small human. That has not changed since the day I was born. So,
since you were a small human, for example.
Yeah, so now it's accepted. At least my pediatrician, who was transphobic, at least understands, okay, yeah, you were small and you're still small. Cool. I don't need to defend myself. I'm just a small person.
You're good.
Well, y'all, look, I hate to go because I always love these. These are so much freaking fun. It is like midnight where I'm at, and I guess technically, like,
we're about to end probably because it's been 4 hours. So we're probably gonna end.
Yeah, same here. It's midnight for me.
I can be down in Tennessee in about 12 hours.
Just call me, girl. Just call me, girl. You know.
Okay.
You know where I'm at. You know.
All right. In that case, we're gonna call it a night because it's been 4
on that
hours and 3 minutes.
Have a good night, everybody.
Okay.
Rosie, nice, very
It's good
nice
to have you,
meeting
Sadie.
Sarah,
yeah.
Everybody,
nice
real quick. Yeah, real quick before we sign off, we're not gonna shill everybody's shit because y'all have been on enough for us to shill all your stuff. But Wednesday on this channel, Uncle Beck. I know Uncle Beck's not here, but I am the proxy for Uncle Beck. There's an open mic, same time, same channel. You know where to be. Wednesday night.
Same bad time.
Yeah.
Same bad time, same bad channel.
Central Purple Rhymes Orange has her usual show.
Yep.
Yes, so be there for Purple, be there for Beck. Wednesday, have some fun. We'll see you there. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Good night, everyone.
Bye.